Simpozionul Român al Energiei SIREN 2021 este un eveniment organizat sub patronajul Ministerului Energiei cu susținerea partenerilor strategici Electrica și Enel România, partenerilor Romaqua Grup Borsec, Complexul Energetic Oltenia, Distribuție Energie Electrică România, Distribuție Oltenia, Electrica Furnizare, Energobit, Engie România, E.ON România, Hidroelectrica, Horvath Partners Management Consulting, Nuclear Electrica, Opcom, OMV Petrom, PricewaterhouseCoopers, Romelectro, Romgaz, Siemens, Siemens Energy, Transelectrica, Transgaz, Vimetco Alro. Partenerilor instituționali: Academia Română, Universitatea Politehnică din București, Universitatea Petrol și Gaze din Ploiești, Universitatea Tehnică a Moldovei, Universitatea Politehnică Timișoara, Universitatea Gheorghe Asachi din Iași, FEL România. Partenerilor asociații: Asociația Furnizorilor de Energie din România, AFER, Federația Asociațiilor Companiilor de Utilități din Energie ACUE, Petroleum Club of Romania. Partenerilor media: The Diplomat Bucharest, Camera de Comerț și Industrie a Municipiului București, Energy Industry Review, Energynomics, Financial Intelligence, Focus Energetic, Invest Energy, Monitorul de Petrol și Gaze, Universul Ingineresc. Producția video a evenimentului este asigurată de Buff Media. Le mulțumim partenerilor SIREN 2021 pentru sprijinul acordat.
Where will your power take you? To the same old world? Maybe not. To a world we can change for the better? Yes. Because today, we have the power to create a different tomorrow. A more sustainable one. A power that opens us up to a brighter future. Today, you can drive faster than ever without the planet noticing it. Today, you can use the wind just to text your friends or to make your home a warmer place. Today, you can take the job of your dad and make it better. You can make the night better. You can take a stand. Yeah, just doing the laundry. You can take a city and take it forward. You can go forward even when the whole world seems to stop. Today, you can be the one who saves pirates in Brazil, the last two. Or the one who brings light to his community. So, let's open our power for a brighter future.
De peste 215 ani, apa minerală naturală Borsec potolește setea românilor. Setea de victorii, setea de valori, setea de curaj și inovație. 215 ani de tradiție și prestigiu. Borsec, izvor de energie.
Preocuparea noastră continuă este să vă oferim servicii calitative prin care vă aducem energie electrică mai aproape. Distribuție Oltenia investește anual în medie 50 de milioane de euro pentru modernizarea și mentenanța instalațiilor în beneficiul vostru. În plus, vom investi peste 90 de milioane de euro în următorii ani doar în proiectul Smart Transformation. Rămânem inima distribuției de energie electrică în Oltenia.
Iată un creator de energie cu mișcări electrizante și altul care face din pizza un spectacol chiar și înainte să intre în cuptor. Un alt creator de energie gata oricând să încingă atmosfera. Normal, când totul merge bine, creatorii de energie au chef de glume cu voci neîncălzite. Și se încarcă rapid pentru show-uri de bis. Mai ales când știu de mici că pot fi autonomi. Creează cu Angie un nou început cu toată energia pentru acasă.
Împreună punem binele în lumină. Când pornim la drum fără să-l poluăm, sau când păstrăm confortul de acasă cu o soluție de încălzire care luptă cu încălzirea globală, când ne luăm energia doar de la apă, vânt și soare, sau când ne redescoperim țara prin turism verde, pe drumul care unește. Cu fiecare alegere mică avem grijă de casa noastră mai mare. Iar noi îți aducem soluții inovatoare de energie pentru un viitor nelimitat de verde. Susținut deja de peste 3 milioane de clienți. E.ON. Ne străduim să-ți fie bine.
O Românie cu proiecte pentru viitor. O Românie care își pune resursele în mișcare cu înțelepciune. Pentru ca românii să aibă locuri de muncă aici, în țară. O Românie mai curată și mai fericită. Cu toții ne dorim același lucru, o Românie mai puternică, cu energie din Marea Neagră. OMV Petrom, energia pentru o viață mai bună.
We're taught that 1 + 1 = 2. Simple, right? But today's world isn't simple. So what happens if we look at it from a new angle? Could we make something greater? If we bring together human ingenuity, passion, and experience with the latest technology, we start to make something more, building trust for today and tomorrow. Because when a passionate community of solvers comes together, you get new solutions for a new day. That's the new equation.
Decarbonization, energy transition, big challenges. You've heard it all before, right? Now it's time to bring new momentum to the story. Because aiming for a decarbonized future means rethinking our energy systems at the grid edge, the new dimension between intelligent grids, smart buildings, and smart industry. Together, we are transforming our energy systems now.
If the one constant in life is change, shouldn't we all change for the better? Can global challenges become opportunities? Shouldn't reliable, affordable, and sustainable energy be for all? And why can't we galvanize change in our homes and offices and industries? Let's champion the energy transformation. Let's energize society.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. September the 6th, 2021 is the date when Romania's energy community proposes and wants to support a very straightforward and honest debate about Romania's new chance. This is a Romanian symposium devoted to energy, and we are the ones who, as of the year 2003 or 2004, draw an alarm and mentioned that Romania's top chance is energy. A lot of things have happened in the meantime. I'm not going to review them all right now. I would like to mention something though. At world level, the World Energy Council, in one of its studies, covering 24 nations, managed to prove that over this time interval, 80% of the largest number of errors made in the energy industry and the energy systems were due to political decisions and not to technical decisions made by energy specialists. That is why today it is important more than ever to start from Romania's new chance, more specifically the energy, Romania's fresh chance. And not because something may have happened in the meantime, something dramatic or spectacular. This symposium is devoted to Romania, and this is actually a chain of events that start today on the 6th of September, and we hope that this event is going to support the energy of this country, the energy industry. Under these circumstances, the energy has not been diminished in terms of importance, but has become ever more important for the worldwide political agenda. In 2003 and 2004, we said several times that we have to start being aware that what lies ahead of us is a trilemma. It was defined as a trilemma, and so far a number of scenarios have been prepared to cover this trilemma. And this trilemma covers three big challenges of the humankind: security, energy poverty, that means social inequality, and climate change. Well, nobody paid attention, or people did not pay enough attention. In time, we managed to understand that we live in a system of an infinite complexity with an infinite number of factors that are breaking this very sensitive balance of our life, of everybody's life. Well, I think you have met this syntagm: unprecedented this, unprecedented that. For instance, minus quotes for the crude oil. Other variations and fluctuations of the oil price and energy price, fluctuations taking place within such a short time interval. Also, it is unprecedented discussion about removing natural gas out of the energy mix. It is also unprecedented that some nations, some organizations are engaging trillions of euros for the energy sector, and we can continue with this unprecedented expression. So we are not going to look into the past, but we should be looking at the opportunities. And I would like to thank the fact that Mr. Virgil Popescu, Minister of Energy, has entered the room, is here with us. Well, on the 14th of July, the European Union, which became committed to a set of measures titled Green Deal, but 37 is devoted to energy, and this is also unprecedented. But on the 14th of July, after the preparations done in 2019 and 2020. So after all of these preparations, EU's most important document was adopted on the 14th of July. This document will bring about fundamental and structural changes in the composition and structure of the economic life of the European Union. And this document has generated 12 pieces of legislation covering, first of all, renewables in all areas. So the renewable energy is not going to be something used as part of an energy mix, but this is going to be seen in buildings and transportation. This is going to be seen in industry and agriculture, warm water, heating, and all of the other areas of our own life. This extremely important energy is supported by a set of 5 other measures that I'm going to review very briefly, because this is quite interesting for Romania. All of these pillars are extremely important to Romania. So this is a code tailored to our own body. So it's the energy sources, for instance, the potential of the renewables, photovoltaic, onshore and offshore wind, biogas, biomass, geothermal power, and they can cover the consumption, and we can even export some of that. Secondly, which is extremely important to Romania, is the intention to change natural gas with renewable gas, which is going to be a mega impact to a nation as Romania that has important reserves of natural gas. Also, thirdly, subsidies should be directed to bioenergy and to making the most of the capacities and sources on a sustainable basis. We are talking about bioenergy so that we don't affect the forests, the wildlife in general, and the ecosystem. And pillar number 4, equally important to Romania, is energy efficiency. Actually, the EU started with this syntagm, energy efficiency first, but we attach a great deal of importance to this potential. We have a very high energy intensity as considered against the GDP. Also, we are going to see a new wave of renovations, more specifically new pieces of legislation encouraging the renovation of buildings. Also, subsidies to SMEs and other buildings. 35 million buildings is the target to be reached until 2030. Now, a number of elements for the opportunities we have when it comes to renewables. What about these renewables anyway? So we need to make the most of the potential throughout Europe and throughout Romania. So we need to make the most of that with EU technology, because Europe is a world leader in terms of this technology. We need to make the most of that by supporting explicitly and financially the renewables. How? Well, 14 billion euros is going to be injected into photovoltaics. 35 billions will be injected into wind power every year. 45 billions per year will be injected into the electrolysis systems, 4 megawatts for hydrogen production. So the hydrogen in the area of the gas conversion pillar, I mean conversion based on renewable gas. So the key with that is hydrogen. So for the hydrogen, 40 billions per year. 6 gigawatts up to the year 2024, so 40 megawatts up until 2030, 1 million tons of hydrogen until 2024, 10 millions until 2030, 14% of the energy mix will be involving hydrogen up until 2050. So what is the meaning of that? Now the EU defines hydrogen in a certain way. Up until the end of the year, we will have a set of regulations in order to have its quality certified. So priorities have been established, and also hydrogen is admitted. I mean the hydrogen generated by decarbonation. So the purpose is to have everything decarbonated. That is why the most important target is outstanding to me. 40% of the energy gross material, raw material should be hydrogen. So, in order to support that, is that up until 2026 we will have the technologies subsidized. After that we won't have it anymore, so we shall have to make the most of the time which is left. 70 gigawatts shall be taken from the Black Sea. We also need to make the most of the offshore wind power all throughout Romania. Also, the PVs shall have to be capitalized on. We should install PV panels on rooftops. We have 127,000 public buildings, so we should start with that. 9% out of the consumption of the year 2020 shall have to be reduced by the year 2030. So we have 1.5% per year, which is the double of what has happened so far. But for that purpose, we are supporting you to support with your equipment, technologies and systems to cut consumption in all public buildings. Think of the energy and economy drivers, think of the jobs, think of the materials that are used and introduced in the economic circuit. And that is why I'm saying that is Romania's chance, because all of the companies dealing with construction and installation of systems that have been strongly affected have a good chance to reinvent themselves. This symposium takes place in this room and this building with a purpose. This is the office of the Institute for Studies and Design in the Energy System. So this institute has designed Romania's entire energy system. All of those bright minds, beautiful minds of the Romanian energy industry have been here. So these are the pillars, these are the opportunities that we have. This is where our debate starts from in the first session, and I'm inviting here on this stage the Minister of Energy, Mr. Popescu, and I am very grateful that he accepted our invitation, because we are working right now under the aegis of this ministry. Also, Minister Tanțoș Barna accepted our invitation. Apart from the Ministry of Energy, this is the second key actor of these transformations. We also have other important speakers, Radu Bădița from the National Energy Regulator. Welcome, welcome. I am so thankful that you're here. That means that you've understood how important this event is and how important it is that you get involved in the regulatory area. This month we're starting to work on the regulations governing the renovation of buildings, but the government should also define the energy certificates in order to certify sources and to provide facilitation. So 60 billion euros will be injected into expanding networks, expanding bilateral collaboration in order to make the most of the spaces that we have. And everything is focusing on the citizen, on EU citizen who needs a better living standard. Another thing that we are focusing is the vulnerable consumer. 35 million vulnerable consumers exist in Europe alone. So Romania could make the most of the social fund apart from the resources that we can build ourselves based on this production process, energy production and energy marketing. Well, dear gentlemen, thank you so much for being here. Well, we are now focusing on opportunities. Energy is to be seen as an opportunity. So we are focusing on our own chance. The positive thing, the nuance that should be considered is the autonomy, energy autonomy. Romania should also be making the most of its energy sources, and Romania should improve the living standards of Romanians. Minister, I guess you should be the one to deliver the first messages to the Romanian population and to the energy community. Your energy has the best results we've seen in the history of the energy system. All of the companies that the ministry owns and operates are generating profits. The best profits that these companies have seen ever since they were first built. So we are very hopeful, and this is a good signal that could trigger some very deep changes in the future. Please comment on that. Well, yes, we have profit indeed. In all of the companies of the national energy system, but that does not mean that these companies should stay there. In my opinion, this profit draws upon the market conditions and speculates on the market conditions, and of course that all energy producers are selling on marginal prices and they generate a big profit, and some of that profit should return and be invested to help citizens, because you know this is the driver for the energy growth. We have a lot of opportunities, we do have funds, we do have that plan devoted to recovery and resilience. We have 600 million euros for the energy industry and energy efficiency. 10 billions will be invested into renewables. Also, there is the profit of these companies. But anyway, all of that should be considered differently, because before we get stabilized, before we are stabilized, before we move on successfully to the renewables and to the European targets, these companies have a role to ensure stability and to take care of the price rises. Because, you know, the Green Deal comes along with bigger taxes on pollutants, these CO2 certificates, and this is going to be seen in the final prices. And we need to make sure that the population and the companies are able to afford that and to bear with that. That is why it is very important that our Parliament is working on the so-called vulnerable consumer bill. We are also working on an emergency ordinance at the government in order to help citizens. And also, there are some disturbances, so to speak, on the market when it comes to natural gas and power. Well, getting back to the Green Deal, yes, indeed, this is a huge opportunity, and it is a huge opportunity that we need to make the most of before we think of some new capacities for the renewable energy, before we think of using agriculture on that area. So before we think of any other ground-based systems, we need to think of our rooftops, because this is something that we are not using. And together with the Ministry of Environment, we should be using the monies that we have, including our environment funds, to make the most of the rooftops that we need to install there some PVs and other systems. We should be able to use that more, because this is going to improve the energy efficiency, to bring some stability into the network, to bring lower consumption. So the rooftop systems could bring a lot of benefits into our lives. We are also thinking of encouraging prosumers more. So, you know, the Ministry of Finance had some objections. This ministry would have never wanted us to approve this law on prosumers. But we have this concept of prosumers accepted and approved. We want to redefine prosumers, to have an updated definition of prosumers, and we want to be able to have the quantitative compensation of the energy produced by prosumers. But this compensation should also be made in terms of quality, not only in terms of quantity. So if the prosumer gives us something, we should give something back to the prosumers, and the quality of this exchange of power should be identical. This system should be a fair one, and this system should encourage everybody to use their PV panels for their individual homes, for the companies and business operators, so that we can develop very quickly this means in order to increase the capacity of renewable energy. And I would like to thank the Minister of Environment, because if I remember well, when we were working on the government program, it was his idea to encourage prosumers and prosumerism. So you said that, and you supported that idea. So I'm very happy that we've made this decision to make the quantitative and qualitative compensation of prosumers. Just as you said before, the Black Sea has a huge economic and energy potential, because there's natural gas, there's wind. So I was looking at the draft law that the Industry Commission of the Parliament is working on. I guess we can improve that a little bit more in order to have a law, an applicable law, as soon as possible. And this is going to be the quickest way of having an offshore wind power law this very year. Well, I don't agree to the fact that the National Agency for Mineral Resources is involved in managing the energy potential. They should not be dealing with that. They should only be handling whatever is below the surface of the earth. And also there are some difference contracts. We have the modernization fund. We should adapt that and add to some other mechanisms, and based on that, to support the offshore wind law in Romania. The Industry Commission should be operating the necessary changes and should have this law passed by the plenary assembly of the Parliament. The fact that we are going to have this law very quickly is much better than starting all over again and working on the new draft law. I guess we should release this law, we should have it passed, and we should improve it as we go. I mean, we at least will have something to work on. and we'll start working on it, because with what we have right now we cannot make any measurements, any proper things in the Black Sea. We should start measuring things there. We should start piloting and experimenting in the Black Sea to see what we can get out of that. We should also be making the most of some expert analyses that have been made. I guess we are hopeful to get about 300 megawatts out of the Black Sea. Also of concern is how we evacuate the power generated in that area and distribute it nationwide, because it is useless to speak of energy generation unless the transportation system, the energy system are not ready to take that energy over. So we found some solutions with our colleagues from Transelectrica, and Transelectrica will be maybe the first beneficiary of the modernization fund, which will be deployed this year. Also, natural gas pipelines, Tuzla-Podishor pipeline that will be built, Brua, which is already built in the area where land has been expropriated. So these projects are underway, construction works are there. Transelectrica should partner up with Transgaz to work more on that. And of course, for Tuzla-Podishor, some expropriation should be done. We have already done some of that. We could use that corridor to also install the cables, because the expropriations have been done. Why redo the whole process once again? We should be able to use the same corridor to install the cables, of course in compliance with the technical safety measures and laws. And in this way, we can get along more quickly. We can give a boost to investors. Also, investors should not only look at Dobruja only. Romania has a good potential in other geographical areas as well, and we are going to use that in the National Plan for Recovery. So we will make every effort to stimulate wind, photovoltaic, everything, every source of renewable power in all areas, because we want to have an even distribution of the renewables throughout the entire territory. Of course, the potential has to be there, but potential is also to be found in the southwestern area of Romania, in the western area of Romania, up in the north. If we were to compare ourselves with the other EU nations, I would like to tell you that Belgium has an average number of 900 hours of functioning for the PVs. We have 1,300. It's not simple to carry the energy away from Dobruja, so we are thinking of building another line between Romania and the Republic of Moldova. In this way, we could feed power into the Republic of Moldova as well. We have reactors 3 and 4 also in Dobruja. Basically, Dobruja is going to have a huge amount of power, but we want to look at other parts of Romania. Now, getting back to the CO2 emissions, because at the end of the day, this Green Deal is designed to cut the CO2 emissions and to reach our neutrality by the year 2050. We have the Oltenia compound that uses coal. Well, it is clear that we need to do something over there, but we cannot say, okay, we are going to shut it down as of tomorrow. So we are unable to do that because it produces 20% of the power that we are using in Romania. So we have a restructuring program. We will try to use the natural gas in order to gradually give up on coal, and we have negotiations about that with the European Commission. And of course, that by the year 2026 we will have an energy mix in that compound with lots of gas and renewables. The decarbonation cannot be done without nuclear power. So if we want to have this decarbonation and low CO2, and if we want to have storage capacity, we should not ignore the nuclear power, because sometimes you don't have wind, sometimes you don't have sun, so you need to have a replacement. We are also sometimes exporters. Basically, a robust electricity generating system should always be working, even when there is no wind or no sun. So we need to have low carbon sources, including nuclear power. So when it comes to the decarbonization of natural gas, we should be able to produce huge amounts of hydrogen out of nuclear power. Yes, indeed, hydrogen is the fuel of the future. Works are being done to have it standardized. It can be mixed with other fuels to power whatever needs to be powered. A network has to be built. The Germans and the Americans and the Scandinavians have built some of those networks, and we need to study them. So hydrogen is part of the decarbonization, as I said before. So it should also be used in the steel power industry, in the steel making industry, and other industries. But all of that involves huge funds, and that is why the European funds, the national plan for recovery are important. Fit for 55 is a very important channel and a very important instrument that we should be using. Any industrial revolution, and we are actually having a new industrial revolution, comes with a host of costs. So Romanians and Europeans alike should not be suffering because of this cost, and we need to make sure that together are able to support this transition, so that all of these costs should not be reflected into the pockets of the citizens. So that is why we should also be thinking of the Black Sea gas reserves. We do need this gas in order to transit more smoothly to renewables. In 2026, this gas coming from the Black Sea will be injected into the national system. We are also working on building power plants working on natural gas plus hydrogen, so that we are hopeful to finish all of these investments simultaneously. And we are hopeful that as much natural gas as possible coming from the Black Sea is going to be used on the national market. Romgaz and Exxon are negotiating right now. I am enthusiastic and excited about that and very hopeful. We are also hopeful that the Parliament will finalize the laws that it works on. Thank you so much, and also important are the clarifications you've brought, because all of these clarifications are going to be turned into as many landmarks for Romania. There are also two key elements. The nuclear should continue to play a key role in Romania. The natural gas needs to be extended and used and then converted, and the networks need to be used in a mix with hydrogen. What is important to add here is that if the leading actors of the Ministry of Energy are having a profit right now, they should continue to be important stakeholders and participants in these projects, because sometimes you may or you may not find investors. So there is this hit on the Romanian radio. We should start not having time for this as of tomorrow. So that is why we need to start with the ongoing projects. And the ongoing projects should be finalized, and for that some strategic steps should be made and taken. At the same time, these companies are the engine and the drivers of the Romanian economy. You know, the building companies depend on them. These building and construction companies have some banking commitments and so on. So there's another fundamental element here. We have offshore, we have wind, we have natural gas. In my opinion, the Black Sea and its potential of 6 gigawatts is very important from the angle that we don't have the interconnections. 60 billions may come from the European Union to expand the networks, which is much more than with the PVs and the wind. So it is important to have that cable, as you just said, because this is a strategic approach. The problem is that it will be very difficult to inject this gas into the national system. So from the discussions we've had, the idea is to have a hydrogen hub in Constanța. Why? Because if you have that in Constanța, which is in Dobruja, you can transport it, you can inject it through the pipeline, you can take it to the hub, where from you can use it for production, for energy, for injection into other systems, or you can transfer it on the railway tanks or on the seaborne tankers. So this will be a huge opportunity for Romania, and the most important actors could be the very companies from the Ministry of Energy. You do have this vision, but the Ministry of Environment should be there as well. So, Minister Barna, this is the first time when the EU defines one of these four pillars as being the support of the ecosystems and sustainably making the most of them in order to generate bioenergy. We've always heard, when talking about bioenergy, the fact that we should not be affecting food, the environment, the forest, the ecosystems, the rivers, the waters. So, nobody has been able to find the balance between that. So now we are talking about that sort of balance, and the EU says that we will be planting 33 billion trees. In Europe, we should be taking care of the roots and their plants and the wildlife and the grass and everything that remains on the ground in order to develop forests and keep forests healthy and so on. So, we are working on a set of regulations. We will be subsidizing this process. Well, in Romania, we do have biomass enough to cover Romania's entire installed power needs. today as we speak. But this is a very laborious process. This is a very difficult process. And we need to work with the local authorities because they do play a key role. And of course the Ministry of Agriculture. So, what is your opinion about using for energy purposes the raw materials that is provided by the biomass in Romania? Hello. Thank you very much for this invitation. What is my opinion about this industrial revolution? Well, I don't think that we are talking about an industrial revolution. We are talking about the revolution of the environment protection. Because the environment production, the agriculture, the housing activities, residential activities, the water that we drink have an implication upon the environment protection, and what will be happening in the upcoming years have to be regarded from the angle of the environment protection. So we've been talking about investment, about new technologies, about a new philosophy and a new vision in the field of energy. Everything starts from the impact of these new energy sources upon the environment. And that is why I'm saying that the times we live in are about a new revolution in terms of education and investment and functional systems, and systems having a significant impact on the environment protection and energy. Fit for 55, for instance, the technologies, the resources are all deriving from this multidisciplinary analysis, from this medium and long-term analysis, from this impact analysis upon the human health and our daily life. We saw the other day how radically the weather has changed and how radically these climate changes have on our lives. There are countries saying that they've solved their problems and that they are taking care of nature. We've seen Germany, we've seen Belgium. We've seen countries where nobody has stolen or cut wood, or they have not massively exploited wood. They had floods. They have been thinking for decades about flood protection, about organizing systems for this area. So they've invested massive amounts of cash into these areas, but they do have problems. That is why we need to look at the impact of everything that we do upon the environment. So we are covering those segments and those niches that help us generate power. And we need to look at how Europe looks at how this system should be developed by the year 2050. Of course, that the first impact has been seen. We've seen the most polluting energy capacities. They are going to be shut down, although there is a fight that some EU member states are putting up. But these systems are going to be shut down. We are talking about fossil fuels, coal. More specifically, these capacities should be replaced and the national systems should come up with some alternatives. And that is why EU says, okay, we're going to operate this transition actually from what we have now to a zero level of emissions, and we need 30 years for that. To Romania, a most important question is how are we going to operate that transition? This transition, this revolution of the environment and of the national energy production and transportation system come along with a host of huge opportunities. But everything that is associated to environment protection is quite costly, and it will cost ever more. So it will be reflected in our monthly invoices and other services, but it's going to be costly also in terms of investment, in terms of prioritizing national funds and how they are used, in prioritizing EU funds and how they are used, in prioritizing private funds and the way in which they are used. So these are all important things that will be ultimately seen in the final price of these services and products. We had a meeting the other day with the representatives of a very powerful association in Romania that specializes in collecting signatures for petitions. And we started with this discussion about how costly it is to protect the environment. And sustainably transforming the environment protection systems into something better is also connected to the impact upon the economy. So from my experience, I know that the systems have not been designed and built based on economic impact analysis, have been suffering, and they will keep on suffering unless we don't look at these things in this way. So this impact analysis focusing on energy transformations will affect for sure the investment budgets, but also the average and long-term trends, and they will also be affecting consumers. Our role of the Ministry of Environment is to support, is to provide support to the national energy system whenever our funds and priorities coincide with theirs. So when it comes to the environment organization, we do have this fund which is based on the greenhouse gas effects gases, so there is a fee that we charge on that. There are also funds used to support the rehabilitation of the public buildings. We are also supporting other financing. We are also financing other funds, for instance, for buildings, for certification, and so on. This transition is not going to be a smooth one and is not going to be the same in all member states. In Romania, for instance, the transition from fossil to a zero impact of the CO2 and zero CO2 emissions is going to be much more difficult than it is in other countries. We have over 3 million households that continue to use fossil fuels. We cannot force them to use something else as of December. We are not going to be able to move on within just 3 years from the firewood to other systems that involve development and, you know, the residential areas, the houses of people need to be adjusted to that. So all of that needs to be financed somehow. And of course that the investment that will be financed by the Ministry of Environment, by the Ministry of Energy, and by Romania's largest companies will support this transition. But this cost covering investment, covering that part of the invoice, they all need to be analyzed by each member state so that this transition can be doable. This transition from the current energy system to the zero emission one involves some alternatives that have to be developed, and it also involves some changes in the mentalities at European level, at national level, and also involves some alternatives that should be provided by research institutes, by design institutes, by universities that should design and invent new technologies and new means of making consumption more efficient. There are opportunities, there are challenges, as you said, and we shall have to meet all of these challenges with what we can do, with our financing, and with the solutions that we can find together. And you raised one question. Well, preserving the biomass into the forest, and the new philosophy of the European strategy is to support this transition from fossil to zero CO2 emissions. The Ministry of Environment
România, chiar dacă a sunat ciudat în momentul în care ministrul mediului a spus că nu susține
said that Romania may not be supporting that, but you know, we should analyze how are we going to give up on this biomass within 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, because biomass is about firewood, and some households are affected because if this transition is sudden, if there is no technology provided, if the costs are high, then social acceptance is going to be quite low, and people are going to find their own solutions, meaning they will be exploiting forests illegally. They will find some other solutions, individual solutions that may turn out to be much more polluting than modern technologies that could be well designed, although using fossil fuels. So this transition needs to be smooth. This transition from fossil fuel to the zero CO2. So we have 15 years, maybe 20 years to change mentalities and help these households. Also, we need to implement the biomass-based principles in a very judicious manner and rational manner. We should be supporting very rationally this transition. Sometimes the emission of carbons are quite high, and we need to secure a transition to lower emissions. But we need to be doing that in order to avoid doing bad things. The energy price is going to impact tremendously the household budgets. And I started with this sentence: environment protection is costly, but the cost has to be affordable and bearable by people. You know, the impact has to be very well calculated, and it should be assumed. And of course, we need to consider that while we work on our transfer to the zero emission industry and households. Yes, I'm thinking that this process is quicker than we expected. In 2020, 13% of the consumption was coal and 20% was renewables. Now we need to replace thousands of megawatts. So this is going to be quite costly. This cannot happen overnight. We shall have to find the equivalent of the... So we are going to have to replace 40% of Romania's energy mix very quickly. We have about 7 million tons of waste every year. And this figure is going up. We've seen technologies used in Europe to make the most of this waste, because circular economy is quite important when it comes to using that waste. So our obligation is to select, have some processing lines. Some waste may be recycled forever, like steel, and whatever is left should be turned into energy. So, for instance, wastewater, sewer water, I've seen them myself turned into biogas and energy. So they translate into megawatts. The EU says that we can still do that until 2026. As of that year, over 90% of the facilities shall no longer be supported. We shall have to use the market rules. And, well, this process involving annual loss of vegetal mass, biomass, other resources that are being lost because the waste is poorly used. These are all problems and issues preventing us from being able to make the most of what we can. So, EU have the technology, we have the raw material, and all of these inconsistencies that we see today. Well, when it comes to waste, for instance, we may be subject to an infringement procedure. So we need to make the most of that with our own forces. This is something that you can find everywhere in Romania. This is a big benefit. And just like the mayor in Sfântu Gheorghe, or Miercurea Ciuc, or Suceava, or Severin should be able to have access to these mechanisms, to these systems with some subsidies, and they should be able to use these systems to produce power for their own local communities. This is something strategic, but it needs to be covered by a program and by an action plan. I'd like to get back to the fact that there are some instruments that are extremely favorable that you people from the Ministry of Environment could use. These instruments could actually be used to force people and institutions into compliance somehow, isn't it? Well, unfortunately, this is an accelerated transition that we are talking about, and we are on the wrong foot. Romania has no capacity to make the most of the waste. For instance, the plastic waste. The other member states, Germany, France, the other member states, have these plants, these industrial capacities, and they have been using them for dozens of years. Bucharest wanted to build a plant to use waste in order to generate power. And that was criticized. And a lot of people and institutions said no to that, which is understandable. That is why I'm saying that this transition has to be regarded and analyzed from the point of view of every member state, because we are not starting from the same level. Also, when it comes to biogas, when it comes to biomass, when it comes to other waste that can be used to produce energy, this is a certainty, and Romania shall have to move on from the status that it has and from the place where it is right now. There are countries that do not have the right capacity to do that. So the solution to handle significant amounts of waste is inexistent. Although we are doing recycling, we are doing selective recycling, we can move on with that up to a certain level, but not beyond that. For instance, plastic, if you recycle it 2 or 3 times, you can no longer use it. You can no longer reincorporate it into some products. Also, glass may replace plastic in some areas, so, for instance, I don't have any PET bottles on my desk. I have big bottles of 17 liters in my office. So that is the conclusion anyway. We are not starting from the same level. We, meaning the European states. Other states have different standards. We have gaps separating us from the leading nations of EU. And we will be in the situation that is now with the highways. So everybody has highways, and now the construction of highways is no longer supported, and we don't have highways. So, you know, that, well, when we at last get our clearance for the highways, somebody will say the bitumen is no longer acceptable. You should use something based on granite, for instance, but you should buy the recipe for that. Anyway, some people do not play, some institutions, some companies do not play fair. Some prices are going up quite unfairly, but there is an institution whose mission is to keep the prices in check or to do away with the pricing. We have here Mr. Bogdan Chiritsoiu from the Competition Council. We are not going to see him, but we are going to hear him, which is extremely important because his voice is rare but very clear and loud whenever he speaks. Mr. Chiritsoiu, we are very thankful to have you here. You have the floor. Well, thank you so much for this invitation. I've heard you loud and clear so far. So we do not have very good networks, unfortunately. We can hear you well, but we don't see much of you. So yes, we can hear you very well, sir. We can hear you very well, kind sir. So, if you would like to continue, you should move on, because, you know, we can hear you loud and clear. Well, 2 ministers are supposed to be somewhere else, so they have to leave. Thank you so much for being here. We hope that we can see you again soon. Good luck with your projects, and thank you so much for being here. President, thank you very much for being here. Please join us. We were saying that one of the laws we worked on together is the offshore wind bill. So it's the offshore wind bill. When it comes to wind, when it comes to hydrogen, strategies were prepared last year. Hydrogen in June, and wind came out in October or November of the last year. I don't remember well. If Mr. Chiritsoiu can hear us well, I guess we should be getting back to him in order to stick to today's agenda. Well, we can hear you very well, and thank you so much. So, yes, I was bragging about the network, but the network is now down, so, or at least was down for a while. Anyway, I would like to make this, to avail this opportunity in order to fight a distant war with some assertions and assumptions that we've heard in Romania lately. Anyway, I would like to start with the first thing. We do have a market. We do have an energy market which is European. We are no longer alone. We are no longer autarkic. We see prices going up in Romania. We're seeing prices going up on the stock exchanges. This is not something that involves Romania only. This is happening in the rest of Europe as well. So we cannot say that we have some sort of a deficiency when it comes to how the market works. But our country is part of the EU-wide revolution. And actually EU is saying that as well. Maybe you don't know, or some people don't know, but there is a European agency facilitating cooperation among member states in terms of energy, and this agency gets information about all energy transactions. So they are doing their own checking analysis and their own reviews. They look at what is going on throughout Europe, and they look at whatever they get from the national energy regulator. So basically, we can rest assured our market works well, just like the other EU markets. The fact that our market works well is that prices are getting high, and I guess that some criticism is justified. So the price variations are regional. There are price variations among the nations, among neighboring nations, for instance. And I guess about most EU nations have the same price. But there are also big variations among the nations, as I said. The EU Commissions have requested some action to be taken in that respect, and states are working on these actions. We, as regulators, should be analyzing more carefully the connection systems and the interconnection systems and algorithms. Also, there is a crisis going on right now. Why? Because the CO2 certificate mechanism was not correctly designed. The logic behind that is to penalize pollutants, especially coal users. This is how coal users and the producers using coals are strictly penalized, and they should be finding their raw materials elsewhere. But the problem is that coal users cannot find alternatives to coal overnight. So, you know, we have our society, our household consumers, our industry, they are all using most of their power from plants that use coal, and of course that this is to be seen in the prices. And I guess that it would be more reasonable to believe that we need to finance only the part of power which is generated on coal. But there is a big reluctance about that coming from the European Union, because there's the Green Deal getting in the way. So what we can do, if we have big prices and if we generate big profits, that is not necessarily an outcome of their own performance, but it's an unhoped for present associated to the growth of the CO2 certificate price. So some of this money coming from these prices can be compensated, by making investment, by compensating vulnerable customers. This money, which is additional money coming in, should be made the most of and used in order to make things easier for those who need that. Another topic: why don't we have lower prices in Romania? And why don't we have any investment in Romania? This is false. The private sector has made huge investments in the area of renewables. No investment has been made in the area of the traditional sources of power. Minister Popescu presented the investment plans of the companies that the Ministry of Energy covers, so investment has been made. And you know, 15 years have passed since we became EU members. So, people believe that if you export electricity, then this price should be lower in Romania than the price chargeable on importers. This is not true, because we do have a market. So if you have a market, everybody sells and buys for the same price. So, in your own home country, you are paying the same price for power that the importers from other countries are going to pay for the same price. And you know, that is why Romanians are paying European prices. So the thing is that this is going to help us in terms of current account deficit and other deficits. Also, the national currency, the leu, will be developing more sustainably. But the prices will not be going down in Romania. This is a confusion that citizens and people are making. They believe that if we produce power in Romania, then our power should be cheaper than the one which is used in other countries. Because, you know, nations import from each other. What should we do at the competition council? Because there are some unfair behaviors on the market. So if there is no suspicion about how the wholesale market is working, so there are some problems when it comes to the energy sellers. Some energy sellers don't have a fair behavior towards their buyers. This is what we are looking at. One of our latest achievements has been the law on interconnections and on expanding networks. The Parliamentary Commission asked us specifically to look at how this law is applied, and we are drawing a report on that topic as well. This is an area that we've been looking at for years. The relationship between distributors that manage the systems and their individual and corporate customers. We did that with the gas. We enforced some penalties. About 10 million euros in fines have been charged so far by us. When it comes to electricity, we asked from CEZ to review the procedure based on which they disconnect customers. We asked Enel to review the way in which they prioritize some of their connection requests. So this is something that we paid a lot of attention to, and we will continue to do so. And if we see that the law is correctly or incorrectly applied by companies, we'll proceed accordingly, and we will charge fines if necessary. Also, when it comes to supply, The key element is associated to the migration of clients. That is the essence of liberalization. The household users have now an opportunity to move on to a new supplier. This is the essence and the aid that the liberalization of the market brings to consumers. And we are very attentive so that big suppliers should not be getting in the way. We warned the companies that we would monitor that process. We have some suspicions that in spite of our warnings, there are things that are incorrect on the market, and we are investigating the way in which CEZ and Electrica are working. And this investigation will be accomplished soon and will have an impact on the market. We want things to do well, to be done well. We want to help people move around quickly in order to migrate to better offers and better supplies for better prices. So clients need to have this option and this opportunity to use something which is better for them. So that is why we are looking at how correctly big suppliers are acting on the market. If they do things incorrectly, we will be charging penalties and we will be taking action against them. So I will stop here because I would like to leave you time for the other guests. I would like to tell you that our investigations are quite rigorous. They take a lot of time, and also penalties are very high, and I guess market operators know about that, energy operators know about that. We've enforced huge penalties on them. Operators know about that, and that is why we are hopeful that these penalties are going to involve a higher rate of compliance. So that is why operators are not going to ignore our warnings. They will be more compliant in order to cut their risks. Thank you so much. Well, thank you. Your intervention was quite important, and we do understand the fact that you don't have too many levers based on which to work on unfair competition. So there are things you can do, there are things you can't do. We understand that. Now we move on to the energy regulator, but not before telling you that you said something about large number of fines and about the law violations. You said something about the complaints being filed. That proves the fact that some actors are not compliant with the law. This is their option. So what does the Competition Council do? So we started on this unbundling process, which is quite interesting, having one purpose only. At the end of the process, we shall have full liberalization. And we were hopeful that prices would go lower for the sake of consumers, but the prices have gone higher, and that means that something is not working right. That is why the Competition Council should be looking at the tools and instruments that are missing, tools and instruments that could be used to oblige gas producers. Only the two of them is there. The gas supplier is only one, so there is no alternative for the consumers. In other countries, there are practices, countries having a low number of producers. They do have their market tools, so they oblige these providers. For instance, if they ask for too much money, if they charge too much money on a certain product, some of this product, if not used, should be redeemed. So this is discouraging the escalation of prices. Also, secondly, the suppliers afford to harass consumers. They don't respond, they postpone, the invoice is too high, then they pay, and then there is regularization. So these are tens of thousands of cases. So this is where the state should step in. And this intervention should not be yours as the Competition Council, but you are essential for this new set of rules that should be enforced in order to discourage these practices. The main actor is the National Energy Regulator, and I would like to thank Director Bădiță for being here. So I said unbundling, I said more efficient prices, I said fair competition, I said efficiency on the market. So these processes should be assisted by the regulator. At the end of the process, we'll have full liberalization. Because there's full liberalization, there will be nothing to regulate. So who's going to be on the beach and in the spa because they will have nothing to do? The regulator. The regulator has a lot of things to do on its hands, more than it used to have before. So what is going on? What is going on? What are you doing? I guess you are flooded with problems. How do you think this process should be handled in order to have a balance between the operator and consumer? Hello? I guess you can hear me now. So yes, this is a free market. You can pick up whatever microphone you choose. Well, hi, hello there. Dear President, thank you very much for this invitation. I am honored by your invitation. I am honored to be here in this symposium. Well, this initiative is extremely beneficial, especially as we have to live through these times that are extremely difficult in terms of energy. Well, lately the authority has been flooded with requests and problems, Mr. President. This regulator is the most focused upon. All eyes are on us, considering whatever is going on the market. I don't want to make too many comments about that because the previous speakers have explained everything very clearly, and it's very difficult to speak after the Competition Council and two ministers. But what I would like to tell you is that our authority has been extremely active, and we are responding to the thousands of complaints and applications and requests that we are getting every day. Our experts, especially the ones dealing with audits, are out there working in the field, and they are trying to enforce penalties against those instances of behavior that break the law. I'm talking about the relationship with household consumers, individual consumers, and so on. Well, when it comes to secondary legislation, alongside the Industry Commission and the Parliament and other ministries, our authority, ANRE, the National Energy Regulator, is making every effort to write proper regulations, and we are making every effort to protect consumers because we do have some mission about that. So I don't want to take much of your time. We have other speakers to listen to and to talk about these hot issues. Well, we've been talking a lot about renewables. I am the manager of renewables, cogeneration and thermal power in our institution. You know, winter is coming, so it's important to talk about heating. So I would like to add something. I would like to apologize on behalf of the president of the national regulator for not being able to make it. He had to be somewhere else. Something more urgent came up. Well, next week will be the deadline for something important. Investors wanting to invest in renewables are going to benefit from that. So our authority wrote and drafted an order that will be soon subject to public consultation. This new order draws upon our discussions with distribution operators, with transport operators, with generators. So we're trying to make things easier for all of these market operators. Because just like the President said before, we need to look at other geographical areas of Romania where to install the renewables. So we will be submitting to the public debate an order, I was saying, an order whereby we will oblige transport operators and distributors to make studies, preliminary studies. As of January, this is going to be a very serious obligation, and they have to publish their capacities available in the network. These available capacities will be broken down per areas. The investor will know where they have available capacities. They will be able to prepare themselves to make decisions and to take the right action in order to respond more quickly to the need to make investments in that areas. Of course, that we think of storage, including hydrogen storage and everything that you said quite correctly. So the national regulator is active in that respect, and we want to push the decision forwards more quickly. 2030 is around the corner, and we need to have 12,000 megawatts worth of installed power from renewables. This is what we are aiming for. Well, if we get to 12,000, this is quite impressive, Mr. Iancu says. Well, the national regulator is more important than ever now. It was important to establish rules before that, but now we have a free market. You know, Mircea Eliade was saying that freedom involves responsibility. So you are freedom and independent, but you also need to be responsible. We are not talking about responsibility and accountability when it comes to some of the players. Two key instruments are missing. Although we've tried to turn this into a vector and to have this accepted by the market, we have still this problem. So one, people need information, education and truth. The fact that people don't know, people can't choose, the fact that people are not claiming their rights, people don't know how to fight against suppliers. That means that we still have problems with the information and communication. issues. Another important thing is that some operators are violating the law, they are breaking the law purely and simply. You are the only outpost which is there in the market in order to defend consumers against operators. If it weren't for you, we'd have a jungle out there. So the tools that you should design and you should build and use are very important. The European Union is stressing that, and you will participate in this new set of rules that will come out in October, and it will be announced by Mrs. Catherine Simpson. She said that she will bring together all representatives of the member states in order to facilitate the expansion of the renewables by reducing the permitting obligations, network access obligations, prosumer problems. So all of these have to be transposed in a set of secondary regulations. And this is how we get to something that upsets some operators. I hope that they have understood that there was a huge imbalance between the consumers and the wish of a community to develop, and also the decision of a distribution operator that did not want to play along. So some communities could not develop. Their development plans were thwarted because of the lack of wish to participate of the operator. But the operator needs to understand that they can collect more, they can do more business if they do that in a certain community, and that amount can be recovered from the regulator and with support from the regulator. But this is not going to be easy. You need to have designers, you need to have construction teams, you need to meet deadlines, you need to have people there to manage the teams, you need to lay the asphalt coating because you broke them in order to lay cables and so on. But that involves logistics, and this is quite a headache for some operators, and some operators don't want to have that. But not wanting to handle that headache is to deny the development opportunities that some communities should have. So this is bad, and this is a fight coming up, because this is about accountability. The regulator should be fighting against these operators. The regulator should be a watchdog, keeping its eyes wide open on these entities that are not compliant. Dear President, we are there, and we are watchdogs, so to speak. So far, we've been here looking from above. In the second part of our meeting, we will be approaching the makers, the producers, those who help us use energy as a good, as a piece of commodity, helping economy grow. So now we are going to break for 5 minutes. You can have whiskey on the rocks and coffee. It's out there in the lobby. Thank you so much.
Simpozionul Român al Energiei SIREN 2021 este un eveniment organizat sub patronajul Ministerului Energiei cu susținerea partenerilor strategici Electrica și Enel România, partenerilor Romaqua Grup Borsec, Complexul Energetic Oltenia, Distribuție Energie Electrică România, Distribuție Oltenia, Electrica Furnizare, Energobit, Engie România, E.ON România, Hidroelectrica, Horvath & Partners Management Consulting, Nuclear Electrica, Opcom, OMV Petrom, PricewaterhouseCoopers, Romelectro, Romgaz, Siemens, Siemens Energy, Transelectrica, Transgaz, Vimetco Alro. Partenerilor instituționali: Academia Română, Universitatea Politehnică din București, Universitatea Petrol și Gaze din Ploiești, Universitatea Tehnică a Moldovei, Universitatea Politehnică Timișoara, Universitatea Gheorghe Asachi din Iași, FEL România. Partenerilor asociații: Asociația Furnizorilor de Energie din România, AFER, Federația Asociațiilor Companiilor de Utilități din Energie ACUE, Petroleum Club of Romania. Partenerilor media: The Diplomat Bucharest, Camera de Comerț și Industrie a Municipiului București, Energy Industry Review, Energynomics, Financial Intelligence, Focus Energetic, Invest Energy, Monitorul de Petrol și Gaze, Universul Ingineresc. Producția video a evenimentului este asigurată de Buff Media. Le mulțumim partenerilor SIREN 2021 pentru sprijinul acordat.
Where will your power take you? To the same old world? Maybe not. To a world we can change for the better? Yes. Because today, we have the power to create a different tomorrow. A more sustainable one. A power that opens us up to a brighter future. Today, you can drive faster than ever without the planet noticing it. Today, you can use the wind just to text your friends or to make your home a warmer place. Today, you can take the job of your dad and make it better. You can make the night better. You can take a stand. Yeah, just doing the laundry. You can take a city and take it forward. You can go forward even when the whole world seems to stop. Today, you can be the one who saves pirates in Brazil, the last two. Or the one who brings light to his community. So, let's open our power for a brighter future.
De peste 215 ani, apa minerală naturală Borsec potolește setea românilor. Setea de victorii, setea de valori, setea de curaj și inovație. 215 ani de tradiție și prestigiu. Borsec is
Intelligence, Focus Energetic, Invest Energy, Monitorul de Petrol și Gaze, Universul Ingineresc. Producția video a evenimentului este asigurată de Buff Media. Le mulțumim partenerilor SIREN 2021 pentru sprijinul acordat.
Where will your power take you? To the same old world? Maybe not. To a world we can change for the better? Yes. Because today, we have the power to create a different tomorrow. A more sustainable one. A power that opens us up to a brighter future. Today, you can drive faster than ever without the planet noticing it. Today, you can use the wind just to text your friends or to make your home a warmer place. Today, you can take the job of your dad and make it better. You can make the night better. You can take a stand. Yeah, just doing the laundry. You can take a city and take it forward. You can go forward even when the whole world seems to stop. Today, you can be the one who saves pirates in Brazil, the last two. Or the one who brings light to his community. So, let's open our power for a brighter future.
De peste 215 ani, apa minerală naturală Borsec potolește setea românilor. Setea de victorii, setea de valori, setea de curaj și inovație. 215 ani de tradiție și prestigiu. Borsec, izvor de energie.
Dear guests, dear colleagues, as I said before, we are now moving into the second part of today's meeting. I am very happy to have some exceptional guests today. Most of our guests are online, and this is quite understandable because the activities are so intense that I am grateful that they could log in. Even so, we have here with us today a person whom I cherish a lot, a quite important person that distinguishes himself through his professionalism. President Bende Shandor from the Commission for Industries and Services. We are the co-signatories of the offshore wind bill. When we first co-signed that draft, it was not something that the European institutions were thinking of as yet. We thought of that because when the European Commission had announced that hydrogen would be the leading fuel of this transition and that it will be sustained, we thought of something, and this is the law that we wanted a vehicle, that we wanted. The Minister of Energy said that he would make the most of that law and turn it into an instrument for investors. Well, the European Commission is now faced with a wave of changes, especially the latest package dating to June obliges member states to transpose the directive on renewables. It comes with a new directive, also devoted to renewables, to prosumers, to access to networks, to making the most of the geographical conditions that we have in all our country, new conditions for connecting to network, and we need to place a greater attention and importance to the fact that ever more Romanians want to use PV panels. They want to be autonomous in front of this new wave of upgoing prices. So these are very numerous Romanians compared to what we had in the past, and their number grows every year. Well, to the lawmakers, this is a huge challenge. Basically, you need to restart drawing the legal framework, a new law on energy, a new law on natural gas, gas that should be biogas actually, also decarbonization, replacement of fossil fuels, a new market rule also, a new directive governing taxonomy. So this is a huge workload on the hands of the Parliament and on the hands of the Commission that you're heading. How do you feel about this pact? Has something changed in your daily missions? Because basically a new framework is needed in order to attract the European funds and to make the most of them. And what about the behavior of the operators in the overall and broader context of the market liberalization? I have my own reserves about the functionality of this market right now. Please comment on all of these matters. Hello, everyone. Dear Mr. President, well, I feel like calling you President as I would call you in the previous term in office. It was an honor for me to be a member of the commission which you chaired in the parliament. Well, yes, you've touched upon some very important issues that are very updated and that are very significant. Well, throughout the entire Europe and also worldwide, but in Europe, we feel more this trend of change of the concept of consumer of electricity and transporter and generator of energy and electricity. People need to become more responsible. Well, considering the context, the Green Deal, so basically we shall have to operate some radical changes in terms of the production, transport, and consumption of electricity. You mentioned in your opening speech something about liberalization. You also mentioned competition. You also mentioned liberalization. The consumer is somehow free to choose its own supplier as long as the production does not depend on the consumer. The price of the energy relies on the average price, which is calculated throughout the European Union. This is something new for us. The carrier or the transporter is unique throughout the entire country. Distributors are also unique in certain areas. They cannot be changed. So the liberalization is about the supplier that covers a very small part of the electricity rates and also a very small part of the natural gas prices. So, where is the consumer's freedom at the end of the day? Basically, this is not a freedom per se or a sort of freedom that we imagined or that we would have wished. Romania's energy mix is pretty diverse. Fortunately, Romania has a good potential, the potential of a pretty satisfactory energy mix. We do have a good potential for renewables, we have photovoltaics, we have wind power. You also mentioned the wind uh, energy that could be harvested in the offshore area. So I liked this initiative of the offshore wind power bill, and this came at a time when not too many people were talking about that in Romania, and we've actually signed the bill for that. So basically, I was saying that our energy mix is satisfactory, but the issues are different. The issues, the problems are as follows. We need to have more responsible consumers so that the consumption can be as economical as possible, but requirements are going up at the same time. For instance, there are emissions of CO2 and other gases. Romania has accepted the Green Deal. We have the prospect of 2030. We have the prospects of 2050. We need to do away with emissions and so on. But, you know, the electricity demand will be huge. And I'd like to give you one example, though. Well, up to the year 2050, we shall have to do away with all of the vehicles running on diesel or gas, and we shall have to replace them with electrical vehicles. I have requested from a good number of institutions some prospects, some reports, some figures. What people and institutions and corporate persons should be doing? Well, my conclusion is that the consumption of electricity would grow by 100% or even 120% if we replace all of the vehicles that we have now with electrical vehicles. So a growth of 100% or 120% may not be much, but if we look at Romania's production capacities as they are now, well, that means that we should have 12 or 13 hydropower plants with bigger capacities, also micro power plants. We should build maybe 130 hydropower plants more. If we have 2 nuclear reactors up and running, that means that up to that year we should have maybe 200 reactors more. So we've been only able to build 2 reactors in 40 years. So how much time do we need to buy 200 more? And I've done other calculations. For instance, through the green power, the photovoltaic power, if we were to enhance these capacities, well, and this is an interesting detail, in order to be able to recalculate the day rates, the night rates. Well, we need some photovoltaics that should cover 80% of Romania's territory. So basically, we should cover the entire Romanian territory with photovoltaic panels. These are the requirements that we should comply with. The problem with electricity is not something belonging to Romania alone. This is a challenge that all of the Europeans have. And we are not talking about transport and about distribution. We've only talked about generation. In the previous speeches, I heard the director of the national regulator, and he said something about drawing a map of the capacities that current networks are able to withstand. Well, this is a very good calculation, and I think it is very good that they are making that calculation because we do need that sort of information. Well, in the first semester, we had some conversations with some energy distributors, and we always raised this issue. Are we ready to take over the demand of electricity? What about the electrical vehicles? They have to be charged. And we only talked about the electrical vehicles. We haven't talked about heating. We haven't talked about an economic growth that will need to be powered by electricity. You know, we need to improve. And probably Romania's economy will improve and will need more power. These discussions are very interesting, challenges are very significant, and for the upcoming decade, up to the and for the upcoming years up to the year 2050, these are going to be the prevailing topics. As far as Romania's energy strategy is concerned, I've heard that it will be ready soon, and this is also good. My problem is different. In 2007 and in 2020, we had a very beautiful energy strategy. It was very nice. It was very nicely written. And we were envisaging a growth of the electricity by 7,000 plus megawatts. We haven't been able to build 10% of that. If we move on like that, then we should think of the problems of the investors. And here we need to talk about legislation. The construction law, the environment law, the agriculture and farming legislation, and these are three sets of pieces of legislation that make it difficult for Romania to be attractive to investors. Because, you know, there are some obstacles. You know that the Tarnitsa hydropower plant is not yet ready. And this is not the only one. And this is due to the environment agreement. And, you know, some studies should be done. I'm talking here about the environmental permitting and protection clearance, actually. So this has to be done. It is almost impossible to take that land out of the protected forest areas. Some lands are impossible to remove from the agricultural circuit. So they cannot be repurposed, so to speak. So it is difficult to work there. Investors are not happy with that, and they should be somehow supported and incentivized. Well, I guess that we're still not fully late, though, because other countries don't have a situation which is better than ours. The problems have appeared for all of us at the same time, but I think we should be moving forward, especially when it comes to the investment in this particular sector. One of the previous speakers said that if in Romania we continue building production units, this may not necessarily entail lower prices. And I'd like to share this idea. So basically, I think he is right. Well, Romania exchanges power with its neighboring countries, but this is done to a limited extent. I mean, if you have a cable, there's not too much power that you can send away. But if we in Romania have a certain production capacity, maybe that power should be priced at a lower rate, and this is normal. Well, the pandemic taught me one thing. All mishaps come along with some good things. And the good thing of the pandemic is a conclusion. We need to make the most of everything that we can, and we should have as much as these things in our own country. If another pandemic happens, and if some countries say, well, we are not going to give you this and that, we are not interested in other nations and what they do, then what are we going to do? So basically, we cannot rely on imports alone. I think we should produce our own power. Yes, there will be a time when there may be a time when we are no longer capable of affording to import, Mr. Yanko said. There is a debate in France these days because this crisis, this pandemic, generated an economic crisis. Well, this is a V-shaped evolution, so we are going downwards, but we will come back again also very suddenly and abruptly, and the energy consumption will grow quite abruptly. This is what happened in France. They depleted their stocks of raw materials. So some people would like to leave the country. President Macron was requested to intervene to support France in some way. Some French people are unhappy with how this crisis is being managed. But even in spite of the crisis that they have, their prices are much lower than Romania's. So there is a shock that we are faced with. We cannot compete with what they do in France. And this shock is something to be felt by consumers. And I am passing the floor to one of the best professionals that Romania has, Mr. Eric Tab. He has a very good performance, management performance, HR performance. He works at global level. He's in charge of Romania, and he is also located in Romania, but is in charge of some other areas. So he has the best voice to talk about the way in which the consumer is somehow between the rock and the hard place. So the consumer is between the producer and it's their own needs. Nowadays, consumers don't have too much of a choice, but at some point they will, and they will move away. Mr. Stubb, you have the floor. Hello, dear Mr. President, dear colleagues, dear participants. Thank you so much for the invitation to take part in your symposium. This is an opportunity to talk about issues of interest to everyone. One of the topics that are quite contemporary, so to speak, both nationally and internationally, is the Green Deal. without any trace of a doubt. As far as I'm concerned, this Green Deal is a revolution and an opportunity to Romania. It is a revolution because it involves a deep transformation of the economy and energy at large. We are very lucky to have significant resources, renewable resources, and natural resources in this country. So this is a major thing. Nowadays, a major consumption part of the consumption is covered by fossil fuels. So investment has to be made. They were also uh, calculated by the Foreign Investor Councils of Romania to 70 billion euros up until the year 2030. This is a unique opportunity for our country to modernize its energy sector. The funding sources, which are unprecedented, can bring an injection of capital and equity, which is quite necessary to support the sectoral policies that have been postponed. There are natural gas reserves in the Black Sea. Also, electricity may be sold away, and a new system can be implemented to support renewables so that we can reach the targets up to the year 2030. We are now at a time where all of us, companies, institutions, and citizens, have all understood how urgent it is to implement some measures that are aimed at stopping climate changes, or at least mitigating it. So we need to take action in the medium and long term, and this action should be tailored to the current situation. Also, we need to make sure that industrial and residential consumers afford to have access to the new resources. We are all aligned to the new objectives, and the energy transition is irreversible. The ways and means that we should have in the middle, so to speak, as a transition is to use gas, well, and maybe other resources. Perhaps this is quite a daring thought in circumstances where this generates questions about the role and benefits of natural gas. But we need to consider that the decarbonization of the society and economies is something long lasting, and it has major economic and social effects that we need to consider. Natural gas is an efficient solution when it comes to costs because it helps us reduce and mitigate the climate change and reach our environment objectives, and of course that it will gradually replace coal and other fossil fuels. Of course that there is another thing that we should consider: the offshore resources that Romania has, and this is a benefit that has to be used to the maximum possible extent. Nevertheless, even the offshore natural gas resources are quite limited. So we need to use to use that resource nevertheless, and that will have an impact on how we do things in this country and all our lives, but it will also create jobs. We can see very clearly today that Romania's natural gas market is not liquid enough to cope with the gas demand. And this is one factor that puts a lot of pressure on the final price. In circumstances where on a YOY basis the offshore resources are going down, the natural gas market can be revived and can become more liquid in the upcoming decade, thanks to these new resources that we should use in Romania. We will also see that biogas hydrogen, methane will be used ever more. But the pace of development will rely a lot on the policies, the development policies that will back up these materials. These materials can be stored quite easily in order to respond to consumption needs. When we talk about green gas, we talk primarily about the biomethane and green hydrogen. Green hydrogen can be used as the natural gas is in order to power vehicles, to heat the residential areas, and to produce electricity. So this has to be considered, and that is why we need the policies to incentivize the production of hydrogen, and this should make the most of the natural gas infrastructure. Also, electricity industry should be planned very rigorously in order to ensure everything. And of course, that we need technical progress when it comes to electrolysis. Biomethane is also a green product because it can be produced based on household waste, agricultural waste, and so on. The energy production should be decentralized in order to respond to some environmental objectives. So the production is decentralized. The production should be placed as close as possible to the places of consumption and to the local industrial consumers. Beyond that, consumers need to adjust themselves to the current conditions, and energy efficiency, which President Bende mentioned, is an average and long-term response that I am supporting. The way which is handy for everyone to cut their electricity bills is to consume more responsibly. The non-household consumers can use rooftop PV panels and other decentralized means. Another solution that has not been explored yet in Romania is what we call NPPA. These are long-term contracts based on which producers get some financing from consumers. We see ever more examples like that in other countries. Colleagues from the NG group keeps signing these contracts with Orange and Google, based on which these consumers buy power which is produced by several generation plants. This contract, if used more largely, is an example of good practice and will be a sustainable solution that Romania's industrial consumers should adopt in the upcoming period. One last issue that I would like to raise here is the one associated to renewables. Well, this is a priority to AMG, and the current capacities are a confirmation in this respect. Of course, that in this particular line of work, after years in which new investments have been discontinued, well, they need to be incentivized in order to be able to reach those ambitious targets that Romania envisages. In this way, three actions should be taken so that Romania can make the most of its renewable potential. First of all, in my opinion, we should have as quickly as possible a well-balanced system to support investment contracts, to the different contracts. Also, we need to accelerate the harmonization of Romania's legislation to the European one in order to have the right framework for the bilateral contracts. Not lastly, we need to review the market model and the implementation framework in order to have lower interconnection costs and the balancing costs, which are now quite high. They are some of Europe's highest. As a conclusion, Romania is very well positioned to enjoy these transformations of the energy sector under the current circumstances. We have significant resources of renewables and natural gas, and we have a very good potential for energy efficiency and good production capacities. It depends on us all to accelerate this transformation and to capitalize on it for the sake of Romania. We need to make the most of these opportunities. Thank you so much. Well, sir, you have reached all of the issues. I would like to ask you, as a distributor and supplier of natural gas, a fossil fuel, well, although this is the vehicle of transition towards renewables for the upcoming 40 years, will no longer be part of the energy mix in the distant future. And out of all of these opportunities which you mentioned, which areas will enjoy your investment? Well, natural gas is a transition power. Natural gas is a transitional fuel. It is very important to invest in decarbonization solutions for the natural gas. The green hydrogen is there. It is a solution, one solution, but to distributors it is even more important to develop biomethane. The potential is huge to produce biomethane in Romania. This is also related to the fact that we have a lot of organic waste which is not used today. Of course, there are also urban waste products, and this is where our future is. But we need to have a very well regulated framework, enabling us to develop into that direction. Well, I asked this question purposefully because you highlighted the main benefits that Romania has from your perspective as an investor, of course. But I think we should ask Director Elena Popescu, who is here with us today. She is a very good professional, fortunately, and I'm very happy to see that she continues working with the Ministry of Energy, and she's our interface with the European Union. And she has an outstanding responsibility, an outstanding mission. You are our interface, the interface of a member state, which, given the new regulations, the new directives about taxonomy, about energy efficiency, about renewables, so all of these wear a coat which is tailored according to the strongest voice in a debate. There are many other debates. There is a regulation of the TN. You've seen the sort of aggressive voices that can be heard. They want to remove now natural gas from the energy mix. They want no longer, they don't want to see that natural gas is supported. So this is a transition fuel of the energy transition. It is true that you cannot replace these capacities overnight, but there is a fight over the access to resources. If gas is no longer supported, then the massive support is going to go to the PVs and the wind. They will have easier access to funds and money. So this is a struggle. And your voice should bring some balance so that we can live through this transition more easily. We should avoid being suffocated by the prices that are going too up and that could turn citizens and companies alike into vulnerable entities. Thank you. You have the floor. Hello. I would like to salute all of the participants. Thank you for your invitation, and I'm very happy to see you again. Well, yes, this is an extremely complex context. We know very well that we are now in the process of implementing the clean energy package to all Europeans. We in Romania have not yet transposed it all. The Fit for 55 new package has appeared, and this autumn it will bring some new clarifications about the matters that impact the entire economy and all of our lives. As you have seen, there are 12 initiatives included in the Fit for 55 package, and they affect not only energy but also transport, heating, cooling, industries, and so on. Well, debates on taxonomy and the TN continue to be very heated. Each country, and especially the developed member states that started preparing their industry a long time ago, are more ambitious. Romania is one of the countries that are not necessarily prepared well for this. So it's not prepared properly. Why? Because investments are lacking. So we are not prepared yet properly when it comes to production, to generation, to transportation, to distribution, and so on. So along the entire chain. At the same time, Romania has some huge opportunities to come back and grow over this span of time. But we need to grow based on investments because otherwise we are not standing a chance. Also, about these speculations about electricity prices, well, this is a topic which is extremely debated. It is extremely connected to politics, and I don't want to go into politics. But from the discussions and evolutions that we've seen in Brussels, and from how we are interacting when we debate documents, well, the conclusion is that the price will not be going down. This is highly unlikely, but we need to make more investment. And this investment should create jobs, should foster development. We need to identify the vulnerable consumers. We need to support only the vulnerable consumers so that they can cope with these rates going up. Of course, that this should be backed by some technological evolution and revolution. The most important document is the National Integrated Plan devoted to energy and climate changes. You know about that. It has been criticized that it's obsolete and so on. Whatever it is, it gives us an image of the future and it helps us move into the future. Of course, that given the new lawmaking initiatives, the new bills that will be reviewed in the upcoming period, I'm talking about renewables and energy efficiency, well, they will have an impact and they will become ever more important throughout the entire continent, including in Romania. Well, these are not the plans of the Ministry of Energy and the Ministry of Environment alone. This is Romania's integrated program, and this should be understood by all of the ministries. And the other ministries have not assumed it. Why? Because nobody understood that this is Romania's plan and not the plan or program of the Ministry of Economy. So it has to be reviewed and undertaken and assumed by everybody, because you know there are some targets there, and based on that targets we can start our negotiations on the Fit for 55 package. What I can say is that we need to be more accountable. All of the state institutions, all of the ministries, all of the local authorities, all of the agencies need to be more accountable and need to understand that there is no return. The world, Europe, the entire world goes now into the future based on this technological revolution, and energy shall have a very important share and a very important role to play. I am not only talking about energy alone. Electricity shall have to be used more for transport purposes, for heating purposes. As you may know, we live in the past, so to speak, when it comes to energy. And I would like to say that we need more solidarity among all of us. This is a time when Romania can grow based on investment. About the interface with the European Union, we've stepped in the negotiations on the package in 2018 and 2019. Any transition should diminish the gap between member states, because if the less developed nations, as Romania is, fail to grow economically, then these less developed states are not going to cope with the transition, with the decarbonization. So Romania uses coal a lot. A big share in our energy is produced on coal, and this is needed for our energy sector. The new policies will remove coal out of the energy mix altogether. And we also have some issues with the gas. Just like Mr. Eric Stab says, we will have problems with the gas. It is unavoidable to use gas. We cannot move on directly from coal to renewables. So gas is the transition fuels, but we cannot replace 5,000 megawatts produced on coal over the night within such a short amount of time. And we cannot replace this with renewables alone. Of course, natural gas will continue to play an important role. Nowadays, gas has not started to be too well regarded, let alone the coal. The European Commission frowns at the coal, frowns at the gas. Banks too are doing that. So we have big problems, heating discussions. We need to have gas-powered plants in order to replace the coal power plants. So we are between the rock and the hard place, and we need to cooperate. We need to be aware of Romania's national interest. We need to make the most of the funds that we have at our disposal. Only in this way can we be able to overcome this situation. And it is also in this way that we will be able to cope with all of the pressure. This is an integrated market indeed, but we live in Europe. We are not living on an island. We are not an island state. We are in Europe and we need to tag along. So we've had numerous discussions with European Union. There are many red flags being raised. Romania is on the outskirts of the European Union. We need a very complex and strengthened energy sector. We cannot become an importing state. We need to provide the necessary energy to our citizens on the best prices. Also, the relocation of industry, affordability for consumers. These are other topics that we should consider. I would not conclude without some information that may be of interest to anyone and that everybody talked about. We in our ministry are working on the transposition of Directive 944 that amends the energy law. So we wanted the transposition because we have some deadlines that are imposed by the Directive 944. And our intention is to rewrite the law as soon as we have transposed this directive. We inserted some amendments to the law that are aimed at supporting prosumers. It is also our intention to rewrite the law because this is a request from some stakeholders on the market. They want the law to be more consistent and clearer. We are also working on implementing and preparing a new legal package that will support the different contracts. So this is a support mechanism for the renewables that the market requests insistently. Up to the end of the year, we will also post for public debate the way in which we see things, and this is actually to be seen in a document that we prepared together with some consultants, and we will notify this mechanism to the European Commission because it accounts as state aid and it has to be reviewed by the European Commission. This is a very ambitious plan. The European Commission has requested to reflect the market requests, and we are hopeful to be able to do that. Also, the Upgrading and Modernization Fund is a financial instrument which is extremely useful to supporting investment and to upgrading the energy sector. I was saying a couple of minutes ago that during the negotiations on the previous legislative package, Romania said that we are part of Europe. We want to go along the transition, but we need to also consider the fact that Romania had a different starting point in this reform and technological revolution. So we are one of the 10 nations whose GDP is below the European GDP, and that is why we enjoy this sort of support through the Modernization Fund. We are working on this fund up to the end of the month. We will publish a document describing the criteria, the priorities, the funding sources that we have in mind, and we are working with a consultant on that. And we hope that the first project will be submitted this very month. And if applications are eligible, then the funds will be given after the implementation of the delegate document. We are also wanting to prepare very well the applications of as many investors as possible. They should be considering schemes, support schemes, because we want this to be as competitive as possible. In March, hopefully, all applications will be perfect and eligible, and they are approved by the June session of the investment committee. So, what I can guarantee is that our pace is as quick as possible. But all of these applications, all of these documents have to be reviewed and approved by signatures and endorsements from all ministries. So we need the support of all ministries in order to effect the investments. And these investments are not devoted to energy alone, but also to transport, to industrial activities, to energy efficiency. This is an opportunity. And if Romania fails to make the most of this opportunity, because we do have money. We do have money for the modernization fund at the European Investment Bank, but we need to have some mature projects that are compliant with the eligibility criteria. We need to be compliant with all of the pieces of legislation in order to attract that money. Thank you so much. I didn't break into your speech because what you said is very important. This development fund is highly expected by everyone. So there are a lot of applicants, a lot of investors who applied, but there is an element of novelty. There are sectoral indicators and targets for energy efficiency, for instance, and renewables. So there are targets for industry, for agriculture, for transport, for warm water heating, buildings. Also, you mentioned some very important things. When we joined the EU, we were requested to have a road map. They told us to define the path that we would like to take after the integration. So we prepared a roadmap. But because of the transition, we could not implement this roadmap fully. We are talking about evolution, we are talking about fundamental changes, structural changes, and at the same time, we are talking about very frequent government changes, changes in ministers, changes of decision makers. So we need a roadmap that should be known to everyone, to all of the authorities, to all of the ministries, to all of the market operators and all of the investors, so that they can choose their investment targets and their priorities. And this roadmap should be there, and everybody should stick to it so that we can have a coherent and consistent way into the future. So I actually wanted to see the reaction of one of the most important market operators, but I still have to say something, Mrs. Popescu says. The roadmap you're talking about, according to the governance role, has been turned into a national integrated program for energy and climate changes. So we are being monitored. So you've worked a lot to get the environment clearance from DG Environment. So I guess we are one of the very few states who don't have this document. Next year we shall have to review this document. All of the amendments and everything which is necessary shall have to be reviewed next year. So this is actually the that old roadmap that you mentioned, and the purpose is to become more modern. It's good that we have it. It's good that we are keeping it, and it would be great to have it approved and actually implemented, and to have at last a document which is approved by the European Union. Thank you so much. Uh, the most important player on the energy market, fortunately, it also works in Bucharest. In Bucharest, there are no problems because Bucharest consumers are quite predictable. I'm talking about Mr. Carlo Pignoloni from Enel. Thank you very much for accepting our invitation. I'm very curious to know, what do you think about today's market situation, this play, this game between consumer and producer? So there were times when I was by your side in your fight against the abusive producers. There were times when we insisted that suppliers should honor their obligations to final consumers, and especially their obligations concerning connection, because there are many application and requests now. Request for higher powers is coming up because people want to install PVs. How do you feel about this process? From my information, you would like to stay in Romania and you would like to be here in the long run. What are your thoughts? Thank you very much. I will switch to English now because I feel more comfortable.
Please. Thanks a lot for the invitation.
Sorry, I started in Romanian
language. No, don't worry.
But you are speaking very well Romanian language.
Yes, my duty to
you're a little bit sure
very well.
Okay.
Yes, yes, I'm pretty sure, and understanding very well. And that's my duty to understand your lovely language. But just to be more useful also for you as a listener, because I'm still a little bit poor. It's not like the one of it. It's my object and my target to be that. So I don't want to skip your question because clearly it is sensitive. The purpose. And thanks obviously for the invitation, because I'm honored obviously to be here. It's the strategy in the energy sector, and I'd say that a little answer also about what's happening in this moment, not only in Romania but also in Europe, is just looking the strategy, because it's more than clear that in the moment in which we are depending on commodities, period of time that are cyclic in the several markets, it's not the case also in Romania, in which we are going to see a spike of prices due to the commodities. And I want to remind everybody that now we have a further commodity in Europe, that is the carbon costs for the generator. Unfortunately, is leading us to see this spike of prices that at the end are affecting the whole market, because as you know, the factory of energy is in the generation side, and we know very well what's the answer for the future, because as it happens in many other countries all over the world, renewable are bringing a lot of stability in the price. For instance, as also Eric was saying about the possible PPA linked to the generation of new capacity of renewables, that is a common practice in the United States, in South America, and many other countries. It's a way also for the final customer obviously, in this case, we are talking about business customers that are more clearly capable to negotiate. We are not talking, obviously, about retails. But they are, in this case, they are choosing to buy energy directly from the generator. And that's why what we were saying, the boom of renewable over the world is not only because there is a strongly need to overcome the trouble about climate change. Climate change, we know, is in this moment affecting us. It's already affecting us. It's not something that has to come, unfortunately, but it's real life. But also because price-wise, it is introducing this kind of stability. And this is the first time in the history, probably, of the markets. This is why we are talking about revolution. Coming back to this point, this kind of revolution is asking a strong commitment. It's very complex. I fully endorse what Mrs. Popescu was saying. From one side, Romania has to do a lot of things in the sense that we have still to implement the directives, the 944 that has been mentioned, the renewable one, in the moment in which European Union is already launched the Fit for 55, as has been mentioned by Mr. Popescu and the others, the other speakers. So it's a sort of brush that we have to do. And for the time being here in Romania, due to several reasons, I'd say also Europe is behind other kind of geographies. And I want to remind that this is also a trouble in terms of competitiveness of economies. We have to do a lot. And once again, because I heard, and I don't want to bother the listeners with repeating the same things. My main message is that we should focus a lot on designing this new future and paving away this new future with all the things, the law that has to be, the policies that have to be introduced, the translation of the laws, the second legislation, then we are going to mention some of them, rather than the transition. Because in a way, the transition is now, but the revolution that we have to design is for the future. And I wouldn't think that in a way, since we are talking about 2030, that is a step into the 2050 target, we are looking so far away that, okay, let's put aside now the troubles and let's focus on the transition. This is really, it would be really a pity, because all the effort that we have to put in place requires a lot of also participation of all the stakeholders. I would include also customers in this kind of debate, because energy is not any longer, a matter of policymakers close in a room, but is something that any citizen want to know. And that's why I appreciate a lot also what you were saying about education. Education is very important. So the people has to be acquainted. In a way, also the debate about customer blaming the quality of service is a positive sign of the increased attention about in this case, commodity. But also because this is a fully liberalized market, and obviously it's very important that all of us are discussing all together about the difficulties in order to overcome the troubles that we are incurring on. Starting from generation, renewables has been debated many times. I don't want to repeat a lot of things. Clearly, all the efforts in order to simplify, I appreciate a lot what Mr. Shandor was saying about the lands. So there are a lot of elements in order to allow the investor to do what is necessary in order to increase the share of renewables. I'm also very positive about prosumers. You know that prosumers is a reality in a lot of countries, already in Europe, Germany, Italy. We have dozens of gigawatts installed. I'd say that due to the hungry of energy here in Romania, we know you discussed about the fact that in this very moment Romania is importer of energy. It is something very new, and there is a matter of security. One of the ways to overcome this trouble is obviously looking at utility scale projects, but also foster the increase of prosumers as actors of this market. And that's why I'm talking about complexity, because if you look at utility scale project renewables, you have some specific issues. On the other hand, in order to have prosumers, you have to digitalize your grid. And this is a further effort we put in place. Fortunately, as Enel, as other players, we are looking and we are working all through these several chain value. Distribution are absolutely key for our future. You were talking about Bucharest, that is our capital, and is strongly needing investment in order to accommodate all these changes. Because Mr. Shandor was talking about the big effort in the electrify the transportation is true, but in order to do so, we have also at the level of distribution to allow that this may happen. This means strengthening a lot the grids of our main city, probably starting with Bucharest, that is the most important one, but not only one. So cities will be a key of the economy, because in those cities we are generating most of the GDP in this moment, but we have to adapt them. And in order to do so, since we are talking about distribution, that is a fully regulated market, we need a policy, a design, the design that we are talking about, in order to foster this kind of investments. Money, I don't think that are an issue, because there is a lot of liquidity all over Europe and the world. We have the incredible occasion of funds. It's very important for the policymakers, and here we are obviously available to discuss everything, but at the end the decisions are on politicians, obviously, that is obviously right. We need clarity in terms of policies, in terms of decisions, because without them, we were talking a fully regulated business, but broadly speaking, all our efforts are are regulated, and so the partnership with the policymakers is absolutely important. I would like to mention another point, that is what I was referring to participation of the customer, because prosumer is meaning that customer, not only at the level of business customer, but also on top of our ceilings, might become an actor. But in order to do so, we have to, once again, clarity in terms of policies. I'd say that an important part of the funds might be go to the customer as beneficiary, and having the utilities company or other kind of companies working in order to do so. I'm referring to to the efficiency project that also in other parts of Europe are popping up for buildings, for industries. And in this case, we are unlocking basically also the usual debate between utilities and policymakers. Here, the occasion is through the funds allow the customers to become owner of their energy through the support of construction company, electrical company, a lot of entrepreneurs, also Romanian entrepreneurs, that can contribute to this kind of sector in several kind of investment. And this is, in a way, something a little bit new in the picture, even looking at the last decade in terms of investment. We know that transportation and efficiency were lagging behind in comparison of what has been done on generation side. Now is the very moment, through the PNRR, through the modernization fund, for sure that is being quoted correctly by you and also by Mr. Bovescu, are an incredible opportunity designed on purpose, because the modernization fund is for Romania and not for all the countries in Europe, that can be skipped. It's an incredible opportunity also for the growth of the economy. I want to say I want to repeat in this case what Larry Fink was saying, the head of the most important fund in the world, BlackRock. He was saying that in the past was talking about sustainability. Now he's saying the energy transition is the most important economical opportunity in the world. So I don't want to say more because it's more than clear. And that's why Green Deal has been designed as a transformation of the whole economies. Then obviously there is transition important. Gas we already talked about. But once again, we should focus on that design and what is going to happen in 10 years, 20 years time. Otherwise, we'll never get there. That's my warning. And from our standpoint, gas for sure should be used for the transition, especially on generation side. We are doubtful about some investment on the distribution side because it might be a sort of lock-in for the future, because also the gas in the Black Sea sooner or later is going to finish. So there are also some doubts about security in the long term. For sure, hydrogen is my last remark for hydrogen. Blue dry, there is this kind of debate about green and blue hydrogen. Green hydrogen, for the time being, is a little bit more expensive. This is true. I want to remind that renewable technology are the only one that has diminished several times in terms of specific cost. And so our expectation is that renewable will become cheaper and cheaper in the future, even more than they are now. And also in this sense, also the recent study provided by Cornell about the impact of blue hydrogen is raising up some doubts. So for sure, we are fully available to exploit green hydrogen as a possible new fuel for the future. We are still doubtful about the blue one. This is it. This is my. I don't want to go further because I took for my time occupied. I hope that what I said was interesting for all the audience. And once again, I thank you because discussion and among us are very, very, very useful. It's the only way, in my view, to evolve in the right direction.
Thank you, Carlo.
Thanks a lot.
Your intervention, it was, let's say, very fruitful for us and helpful. We will summarize at the end of the conference the main ideas, the most important opinion, etc., etc. And I am looking that you are focusing and you are stressing the idea of design of way of transition, to be very clear picture. Second, clarity. But if I am asking you, what field do you believe it's the best for you from investments point of view? You like NL.
Yeah, no, for sure. Obviously, we are interested in all the fields. I don't want to focus specifically on one field. Definitely renewables are important, as also Eric was saying, but most of the energy players are looking this because for 10 years we were actors 10 years ago. Now there is no sense not to be part of this transition. For sure, renewables. I want to to tell that for renewables, still the renewable directive has not been implemented. We are still incurring in very high cost of imbalances. So there are several action to be put in place, several provision to be set in order to overcome the current, to improve basically the business environment in renewables. Definitely. Distribution, we might do much more. We were concerned about some invoices that are too high because there are some mistakes. I want to say that with the digital meters, this is not possible that is going to occur. But for the time being, the rollout of digital meters in Romania is lagging behind. And this is not obviously a decision of the distributor. So, and this obviously has a consequence for the consumer. These are relevant to direct investment. Then there is a big part of indirect investment, the ones that I was talking about before. As it happens in other European countries, Romanian government decides they can enable a lot of investment in private sectors for energy efficiency, both in transportation and in the efficiency of the buildings, also obviously take into account electrical efficiency through installation of rooftop whatsoever, also transition obviously from the heating, thermal heating to the electrical one. And all this investment might be financed through European funds and done locally. Maybe for some of the goods should be imported, but for all the installation will be made by local entrepreneurs. So that's why there is an incredible opportunity in terms of growth for the Romanian economy. This is it. So direct investment is clear, and indirect investment.
Thank you. You know what is for me the best in your ideas? Your investments targets are a little bit different than Eric Staub. So this is great because you are complementary. Thank you once again.
Okay.
I wish you a wonderful day, and we are waiting for you in the evening.
Thank you so much. So, we have tried to highlight the opinion of distributors and the focus of their interests. Now it is very important to hear the opinion of Romania's most important supplier of electricity in Romania. So I am inviting General Director Corina Popescu. She is the Vice President. She is our friend. So, Mrs. Corina Popescu, I would like to confess that I appreciate her very much for her professionalism, for how serious she is. I also appreciate the fact that she is quite delicate, as ladies always are. Although she is a manager, we see a lot of velvet and silk in her behavior, not like the male managers are doing usually. So, whatever she's doing is quite impressive to me. I am very sorry to say that she has had some very significant losses in her personal life. She lost her mother, now she's lost her father, and although she's going through a lot of grief, she hasn't turned down our invitation like some other guests did for simpler reasons. Please receive our condolences. We hope that you have a strong heart. We are all transient anyway. We are here living on this earth for a very short span of time. We are citizens of the skies. We are not citizens of the earth. So these people are there. These people have been set free. The people who have passed. Departures are always difficult. Departures are always painful. So their souls are up there. Sabatie Bashtoboy said that it's not a problem that we die, but that we are eternal afterwards. So thank you so much. Your colleagues were brave enough to cover some issues. Other issues were not touched because they are more sensitive. So they didn't touch on all the issues. And, well, you are very important because the unbundling process started with the words "you must." You must privatize the distribution sector because you don't have the right experience, you don't have management expertise, and you may have some losses that you could never solve. Back in the day, we actually believed when we were told that we don't have any experience with that. Well, we had our own rules, you know, old rules, right here in the middle of the communist bloc. The rules were different, challenges were different, management performance is different, you know, in a country like that. But Electrica is one of the best performers in the electricity industry in terms of supply. Also, they are brave enough to, you know, attract the clients. They are making investment, a lot of investments now in the circumstances of the Green Deal, and they are all doing that under the management of a Romanian manager, a Romanian woman. And this is done in the field of energy, where you don't encounter too many women. Although women are infinitely better and more delicate when it comes to management than many other men. Thank you. Thank you. I hope you can hear me. Well, thank you very much for your invitation. Thank you very nice for the nice words that you said in the beginning of your speech and of your introduction of me. Well, my colleagues talked during the morning about the Industrial Revolution that the Green Deal and that the Fit for 55 program are bringing into the lives of Europeans. This is true, and we are in front of a revolution. And I would like to tell you that we do need to have this revolution in order to redraw and readjust Romania's energy market. And if we want to be successful, we should rely on investment. This is what we need. This is what Romania needs. We also need competitiveness. All of the investments that we are promoting should be competitive because it is only in this way that we can keep our position in Europe. And we also need the digitalization of the systems that we are running and managing. It is true that we've talked about the smart metering, we have talked about smart metering that is a priority to us as well. We are thinking of investment in the production sector also. I'm talking about renewables, of course. As a primary focus. And maybe another thing should be approached here, the storage. I haven't heard much of storage today. If we want to preserve our energy security, we need to be able to identify the most efficient storage solutions that are available to us, so that the production of renewable power and energy can really contribute to the energy mix. Well, I saw here in this room Professor Kolovanov. I learned from him when I was a student on how the energy system should be managed, and he was telling us about the so-called basic power plants that produce the energy, and other peak production plants that come on top of them. Well, there is this deal Fit for 55, and the basic production should be produced by the renewables. This is our ambition, and we need to find the ways and means that are most efficient in order to cover two unknown issues. The first one is consumption, because, you know, we have not invested enough in our country in the intelligent measuring systems, the smart metering systems, actually, in the renewables. We haven't invested much in that as other European peers did, and we have a lot to learn. So these are the major courses of action that we should be taking in the future in our company. So there are some ambitious plans in the field of production as well, and there are some projects that we've started, and I wish to see them through. Anyway, all of these major investments cannot be done unless we are successful with two other things. First of all, European funds and how to access them for modernization, for the National Recovery and Resilience Plan, or any other European projects and fund sources that could be accessed from Romania and or from Brussels, because some funds are available in Brussels as well. And it's also important to consider the speed of our accessing actions. I like debates like this one, and I also like the conclusions that are drawn at the end of such debates, but it is important to turn these conclusions into actual facts, intangible facts. I think that everything that we want, whichever we are, NL, NG, Electrica, or CZ, so all of these projects should come alive and should be accomplished. I am not afraid of Mr. Bendes changing the law. It is good to change the law, but these changes, these amendments should bring predictability of the legal framework. I believe that these amendments will be made based on open debate. And, well, probably the former law was not good enough because some things did not change and could not change. Just like Carlos said before me, the lawmakers should effect those laws that are the best for the electricity industry and for the power industry in general. Energy poverty is yet another issue that should be discussed. And I think that we should be looking at that not only from the angle of vulnerable consumers, because we've heard a lot these days about vulnerable consumers. I guess energy power is a broader concept that should be approached from several angles. And probably energy poverty should be yet another topic and subject that we should study, and that all specialists, energy specialists, should study at least in some areas. Any questions? Well, you've touched two areas that were mentioned in the beginning, but they were not detailed during the discussions. That is why I asked Mr. Carlo Pignoloni what are the most interesting areas, because a representative of Enel is the chairs the Hydrogen Association of Europe. So I thought they were interested in storing hydrogen powered energy. That could be, you know, a very important resource. And I would like to thank to Mr. Bogdan Toncescu, top manager of Transelectrica. So, the most important law is the special law for Transelectrica. This is a special law based on which Transelectrica is able to accelerate its permitting procedure. It can have easier access out there in the field. Based on this law, Transelectrica can have its cost adjusted to its expenses. Well, now you also have access to the European funds, 60 billion euros per year, that are aimed at developing the transport systems, the interconnection of the transport systems, the connection of the large consumers. So, this role is essential. You wear a very important hat, especially in circumstances where there's a new regulation TNE coming out in June, I guess. Well, thank you very much for your invitation and for the opportunity to share our vision with you about the topics that your symposium approaches. And I wanted to talk today about what you mentioned in your opening remarks. I would like to talk about Transelectrica's investment projects. They are essential to meeting all of the challenges that have been approached so far in your discussions. As far as I'm concerned, when it comes to the development of the network, I think that close the gap approaches are no longer sufficient. I believe that we need to have a more daring approach. I think that we need to change the wheels of a moving car, if you will. So we need to find solutions very swiftly. Solutions that can match the requirements and challenges of the present and of the future. We also need to find solutions that should keep the system safe in the process and in the future as well. So we have these targets, 2025, 2030, and these targets rely on this premise. And I consider that all actors and stakeholders and players in the energy sector and industry should work together and join efforts to do things together and be successful together. We are talking about gas, we are talking about renewables, we are talking about an enhanced interconnection capacity with the neighboring countries. We need to have stronger networks and a stronger national system in order to avoid congestion and supply problems, and also sell the surplus and so on. So far, we have established over the first 2 months of our term the main course of action. We have designed our main course of action. We've drawn the roadmap, so to speak, for ourselves. And about Law 120, well, we discussed with the General Secretariat of the Government and with the Ministry of Energy. We have 20 projects that will be considered projects of national relevance, and we will enjoy the provisions of this Law 120 that you mentioned. And also we need to make every analysis to work on the action plan that was approved a couple of months ago. This plan is aimed at strengthening the national networks and the national security, and also it is also aimed at strengthening our cross-border capacities. For instance, we want to go as high up as 1700 megawatts to Hungary and 2550 megawatts to Bulgaria. So this is our target. Also, there are projects in Dobroja, there are projects in Banat. The project in these two areas, but the additional capacity that can be integrated there is close to nil. We will publish the capacity map cooperatively with the national regulator, and this map refers to the still available capacities. And we also want to provide information about the project that we are aiming for. In Dobroja, we have the Cernavodă Stâlpu, Utinaș Smârdan, another line for which we've signed an execution contract, the one to Medgidia, the one to in Tulcea. These are all signed projects that will be working on in the upcoming years, and these are projects that stretch up until 2027. In Banat, we have the iron gates, Reșița, Secălaj, Arad. It's another line we are working on that will be ready in the upcoming years. These are big projects, and we'll have a significantly higher capacity that we can integrate in the overall system, and as soon as we have the calculations ready, we'll post information about that. When it comes to funding, well, the previous speakers said that money is not the issue. I mean, there are many opportunities on the market. We have this modernization program. We are also discussing with international financing institutions that can provide financing for good rates as well. Just like Mr. Popescu said before me, we've initiated some discussions based on the modernization project, and we have a good opportunity to implement that up until the end of the year. So at least one project will be completed this year. There are also some internal actions that we should be taking in order to step up with the projects that I mentioned. I would like to mention here two things. We want to redesign our contract strategy in order to open the markets and in order to get better offers for the projects that we will be tendering out for purposes of procurement, but we also want to have more efficient in-house procedures by using technology more. Just like Mr. Popescu said, I would like to highlight one project of the overall 20 that will be declared of national relevance. This is a continuous current cable from Romania to the western border on a corridor similar to the one of Brua. We'll have a conversation with Brua to decide whether these two transportation options can go together. This is a very big project and it's Romania's first, but we believe that it can be done and it should be done in order to integrate the offshore capacities that will be developed. And we've talked about these capacities a little bit earlier. One last thing that I would like to mention here is that we are aware and we understand perfectly that strengthening the network will bring a lot of benefits. Over the past few months, Romania has imported a lot of energy. So we need to have more production capacities. We need to have transition capacities. We need to have an enhanced cross-border capacity. And they will have benefits to the sake of the final consumer, price-wise, of course. I believe that we need to manage our efforts. This is an extremely important moment to Romania's energy security and energy supply. Just like Mrs. Elena Popescu said, we need to have the right energy for our country. And we are ready to do that. Thank you very much. Well, from what you've said so far, my conclusion is that you have a lot of projects on your hands until 2027, working 24 hours a day, every day of the week. Well, that being said, we are getting close to one of the sessions of our symposium. Well, the law should make it easier for the investors to get access to land, to get access to permitting. Permitting should be easier. The legal framework should be more encouraging and easier to apply. So basically, we should have our priorities set. Some priorities can be merged together, and in theory, I guess that the commissions and all of the actors can negotiate their priorities for the future investments. But all of these priorities will, and all of these discussions will be submitted to the decision makers so that they can understand where we are. There is this roadmap. Mr. Bogdan Concescu, in your projects, are your projects integrated in the National Integrated Plan for energy and climate changes, or do you have like a separate roadmap, your own roadmap? Only the cable is not in this integrated plan. So everything which is in the plan approved by the national regulator is on our list, and the vast majority of our projects are tailored according to this national integrated plan, except for the cable. But of course that another roadmap should be done, Mr. Iancu says, with all of the priorities. There are top priorities. All of the actors and stakeholders should be invited to discuss, because you know how many institutions are involved, and I guess that they should be out there, and as soon as possible. Work should be started as soon as possible. Time is our enemy, and I think we should be working faster, because it would be a pity to miss some opportunities. The money comes from one source, structural funds, and the structural funds will be going to those countries that move faster. Money for the National Resilience and Recovery Plan has gone to other nations. We are still behind with that. So all of these problems erode the predictability, because when you have a roadmap, you know exactly what course to take. You know exactly what to do to make the most of the opportunities. These opportunities, if seized and if worked upon, will help a lot competitiveness of the country, will support the living standards of our country, because a lot of consumers are exposed to energy poverty, and of course it's also about the national opportunities, the opportunity of an entire nation to make the most of these gift of God that we have in this country. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. President, for being here. I would also like to thank to the participants for being here. We want to set an example with what we do. We are very serious. Also, look at your watches and see that we are closing at 13 hours sharp. Please enjoy your meals. We have some whiskey available out in the lobby as appetizers. Have a great day and good luck with the next sessions of the day. Please also participate in the section where we draw our conclusions, where we make summaries and we come up with the propositions. I rely a lot on Mrs. Anca and Mrs. Gabi, that they will transmit these conclusions in the virtual space. Thank you once again. Have a great day.
Simpozionul Român al Energiei SIREN 2021 este un eveniment organizat sub patronajul Ministerului Energiei cu susținerea partenerilor strategici Electrica și Enel România, partenerilor Romacua Grup Borsec, Complexul Energetic Oltenia, Distribuție Energie Electrică România, Distribuție Oltenia, Electrica Furnizare, Energobit, Engie România, E.ON România, Hidroelectrica, Horvath & Partners Management Consulting, Nuclear Electrica, Opcom, OMV Petrom, PricewaterhouseCoopers, Romelectro, Romgaz, Siemens, Siemens Energy, Transelectrica, Transgaz, Vimetco Alro. Partenerilor instituționali: Academia Română, Universitatea Politehnică din București, Universitatea Petrol și Gaze din Ploiești, Universitatea Tehnică a Moldovei, Universitatea Politehnică Timișoara, Universitatea Gheorghe Asachi din Iași, FEL România. Partenerilor asociații: Asociația Furnizorilor de Energie din România, AFER, Federația Asociațiilor Companiilor de Utilități din Energie ACUE, Petroleum Club of Romania. Partenerilor media: The Diplomat Bucharest, Camera de Comerț și Industrie a Municipiului București, Energy Industry Review, Energynomics, Financial Intelligence, Focus Energetic, Invest Energy, Monitorul de Petrol și Gaze, Universul Ingineresc. Producția video a evenimentului este asigurată de Buff Media. Le mulțumim partenerilor SIREN 2021 pentru sprijinul acordat.
Where will your power take you? To the same old world? Maybe not. To a world we can change for the better? Yes, because today we have the power to create a different tomorrow, a more sustainable one, a power that opens us up to a brighter future. Today, you can drive faster than ever without the planet noticing it. Today, you can use the wind just to text your friends or to make your home a warmer place. Today, you can take the job of your dad and make it better. You can make the night better. You can take a stand. Yeah, just doing the laundry. You can take a city and take it forward. You can go forward even when the whole world seems to stop. Today, you can be the one who saves pirates in Brazil, the last two. Or the one who brings light to his community. So, let's open our power for a brighter future.
De peste 215 ani, apa minerală naturală Borsec potolește setea românilor. Setea de victorii, setea de valori, setea de curaj și inovație. 215 ani de tradiție și prestigiu. Borsec, izvor de energie.
Preocuparea noastră continuă este să vă oferim servicii calitative prin care vă aducem energie electrică mai aproape. Distribuție Oltenia investește anual în medie 50 de milioane de euro pentru modernizarea și mentenanța instalațiilor în beneficiul vostru. În plus, vom investi peste 90 de milioane de euro în următorii ani doar în proiectul Smart Transformation. Rămânem inima distribuției de energie electrică în Oltenia.
Iată un creator de energie cu mișcări electrizante și altul care face din pizza un spectacol chiar și înainte să intre în cuptor. Un alt creator de energie gata oricând să încingă atmosfera. Normal, când totul merge bine, creatorii de energie au chef de glume cu voci neîncălzite. Și se încarcă rapid pentru show-uri de bis. Mai ales când știu de mici că pot fi autonomi. Creează cu Engie un nou început cu toată energia pentru acasă.
Împreună punem binele în lumină. Când pornim la drum fără să-l poluăm sau când păstrăm confortul de acasă cu o soluție de încălzire care luptă cu încălzirea globală. Când ne luăm energia doar de la apă, vânt și soare. Sau când ne redescoperim țara prin turism verde, pe drumul care unește. Cu fiecare alegere mică avem grijă de casa noastră mai mare. Iar noi îți aducem soluții inovatoare de energie pentru un viitor nelimitat de verde. Susținut deja de peste 3 milioane de clienți. E.ON. Ne străduim să-ți fie bine.
O Românie cu proiecte pentru viitor. O Românie care își pune resursele în mișcare cu înțelepciune. Pentru ca românii să aibă locuri de muncă aici, în țară. O Românie mai curată și mai fericită. Cu toții ne dorim același lucru, o Românie mai puternică, cu energie din Marea Neagră. OMV Petrom, energia pentru o viață mai bună.
We're taught that 1 + 1 = 2. Simple, right? But today's world isn't simple. So what happens if we look at it from a new angle? Could we make something greater? If we bring together human ingenuity, passion, and experience with the latest technology, we start to make something more, building trust for today and tomorrow. Because when a passionate community of solvers comes together, you get new solutions for a new day. That's the new equation.
Decarbonization, energy transition, big challenges. You've heard it all before, right? Now it's time to bring new momentum to the story. Because aiming for a decarbonized future means rethinking our energy systems at the grid edge, the new dimension between intelligent grids, smart buildings, and smart industry. Together, we are transforming our energy systems now.
If the one constant in life is change, shouldn't we all change for the better? Can global challenges become opportunities? Shouldn't reliable, affordable, and sustainable energy be for all? And why can't we galvanize change in our homes and offices and industries? Let's champion the energy transformation. Let's energize society.
Simpozionul Român al Energiei SIREN 2021 este un eveniment organizat sub patronajul Ministerului Energiei cu susținerea partenerilor strategici Electrica și Enel România, partenerilor Romaqua Grup Borsec, Complexul Energetic Oltenia, Distribuție Energie Electrică România, Distribuție Oltenia, Electrica Furnizare, Energobit, Engie România, E.ON România, Hidroelectrica, Horvath Partners Management Consulting, Nuclear Electrica, Opcom, OMV Petrom, PricewaterhouseCoopers, Romelectro, Romgaz, Siemens, Siemens Energy, Transelectrica, Transgaz, Vimetco Alro. Partenerilor instituționali: Academia Română, Universitatea Politehnică din București, Universitatea Petrol și Gaze din Ploiești, Universitatea Tehnică a Moldovei, Universitatea Politehnică Timișoara, Universitatea Gheorghe Asachi din Iași, FEL România. Partenerilor asociații: Asociația Furnizorilor de Energie din România, AFER, Federația Asociațiilor Companiilor de Utilități din Energie ACUE, Petroleum Club of Romania. Partenerilor media: The Diplomat Bucharest, Camera de Comerț și Industrie a Municipiului București, Energy Industry Review, Energynomics, Financial Intelligence, Focus Energetic, Invest Energy, Monitorul de Petrol și Gaze, Universul Ingineresc. Producția video a evenimentului este asigurată de Buff Media. Le mulțumim partenerilor SIREN 2021 pentru sprijinul acordat.
Where will your power take you? To the same old world? Maybe not. To a world we can change for the better? Yes. Because today, we have the power to create a different tomorrow. A more sustainable one. A power that opens us up to a brighter future. Today, you can drive faster than ever without the planet noticing it. Today, you can use the wind just to text your friends or to make your home a warmer place. Today, you can take the job of your dad and make it better. You can make the night better. You can take a stand. Yeah, just doing the laundry. You can take a city and take it forward. You can go forward even when the whole world seems to stop. Today, you can be the one who saves pirates in Brazil, the last two. Or the one who brings light to his community. So, let's open our power for a brighter future.
De peste 215 ani, apa minerală naturală Borsec potolește setea românilor. Setea de victorii, setea de valori, setea de curaj și inovație. 215 ani de tradiție și prestigiu. Borsec, izvor de energie.
Preocuparea noastră continuă este să vă oferim servicii calitative prin care vă aducem energie electrică mai aproape. Distribuție Oltenia investește anual în medie 50 de milioane de euro pentru modernizarea și mentenanța instalațiilor în beneficiul vostru. În plus, vom investi peste 90 de milioane de euro în următorii ani doar în proiectul Smart Transformation. Rămânem inima distribuției de energie electrică în Oltenia.
creator de energie cu mișcări electrizante și altul care face din pizza un spectacol chiar și înainte să intre în cuptor. Un alt creator de energie gata oricând să încingă atmosfera. Normal, când totul merge bine, creatorii de energie au chef de glume cu voci neîncălzite. Și se încarcă rapid pentru show-uri de bis. Mai ales când știu de mici că pot fi autonomi. Creează cu Angie un nou început cu toată energia pentru acasă.
Împreună punem binele în lumină. Când pornim la drum fără să-l poluăm sau când păstrăm confortul de acasă cu o soluție de încălzire care luptă cu încălzirea globală. Când ne luăm energia doar de la apă, vânt și soare. Sau când ne redescoperim țara prin turism verde, pe drumul care unește. Cu fiecare alegere mică avem grijă de casa noastră mai mare. Iar noi îți aducem soluții inovatoare de energie pentru un viitor nelimitat de verde. Susținut deja de peste 3 milioane de clienți. E.ON. Ne străduim să-ți fie bine.
O Românie cu proiecte pentru viitor. O Românie care își pune resursele în mișcare cu înțelepciune. Pentru ca românii să aibă locuri de muncă aici, în țară. O Românie mai curată și mai fericită. Cu toții ne dorim același lucru, o Românie mai puternică, cu energie din Marea Neagră. OMV Petrom, energia pentru o viață mai bună.
We're taught that 1 + 1 = 2. Simple, right? But today's world isn't simple. So what happens if we look at it from a new angle? Could we make something greater? If we bring together human ingenuity, passion, and experience with the latest technology, we start to make something more, building trust for today and tomorrow. Because when a passionate community of solvers comes together, you get new solutions for a new day. That's the new equation.
Decarbonization, energy transition, big challenges. You've heard it all before, right? Now it's time to bring new momentum to the story. Because aiming for a decarbonized future means rethinking our energy systems at the grid edge, the new dimension between intelligent grids, smart buildings, and smart industry. Together, we are transforming our energy systems now.
If the one constant in life is change, shouldn't we all change for the better? Can global challenges become opportunities? Shouldn't reliable, affordable, and sustainable energy be for all? And why can't we galvanize change in our homes and offices and industries? Let's champion the energy transformation. Let's energize society.
Hello, everyone. Hello again. This is the second part of the first day of our symposium, and we will be discussing about government program and investment program that are implemented during this energy transition in Romania. As you may have heard in the first part of the day, Romania is on its way to clean energy, to decarbonization. And this means money, just like the Minister of Environment said before me, and this money needs to be invested there where it is needed the most. Well, things are complicated. Why? Because for many years we produced electricity especially based on fossil fuels, especially coal, and we developed these huge power plants in the Oltenia coal mining areas, Valea Jiului, and so on. But as you may have seen and noticed, we never thought of prospects to replace these power plants with something which pollutes less, or at all, something to replace coal. Since there are these CO2 certificates around, we became suddenly aware that we need to replace maybe 4,000 megawatts. Are we prepared to replace them with something? Probably we are. And you will hear more from my colleagues who will be speaking during their presentations. Well, this is not something easy to say. Yes, again, we replace the old sources, but these replacements should have been available yesterday. And we're doing that today, but we make an effort. We have to make an investment effort. Suppose that we make this effort. Do we still have the specialized people, the specialized institutions helping us to make these investments? And we will hear the points of view of people who are involved in large projects. They are leading big companies that can make and implement and finalize these projects. But at the same time, we need to admit that the import of new technologies that can support Romania's national system is mandatory, and these technologies are quite costly. I will challenge you to have an interactive seminar. Several people, more people, should voice their concerns. A lot of things have been said since the beginning of this morning. At the end of the day, the national system is a collection of entities and systems and structures. If we don't have a bird's eye view and if we don't handle it all, we will only handle production and we will be missing transport and distribution. And this is something that happened also with highways. Well, we don't have any highways and we don't have any energy highways, so to speak. We have the wind power and other renewables in Dobruja, for instance, but in Transylvania, they have a big consumption, and they only have the power plant in Iernut that was built in the 70s. So we need to think of the future. We need to think of the investments of the future based on the National Recovery and Resilience Plan, based on the government programs, based on the energy programs. So the money will be there, but we need to, you know, we need to hurry up, at least for the sake of our refrigerators. So I'm inviting Minister Laszlo Borbély, who is also a state advisor. I know about this hat because I used to wear it too. So I am asking kindly Mr. Borbély to give us his account of the situation from the angle of his position. Hello, and thank you very much for this invitation. To me, it is a pleasure and an honor to be here for several reasons. Well, a week ago, I participated in a very important security summit, Black Sea Security Summit. And apart from defense, we also talked about energy security. And not only talking about the Black Sea, well, this is important for the whole of Europe. And I also met some very outstanding people, ministers, some very important actors in the field of energy. And today, I've heard live on YouTube many of the speeches that were very interesting. They were saying very openly what the status is. And actually, it's not yesterday, as you said, that we should have started working on that, but the day before yesterday. This is when we should have started working on this replacement. Well, you see, this is the context, but everybody may wonder, what is Borbély looking for right here and right now? Well, I am honored to head this department from 2017, Department for Sustainable Development. And 2015 was iconic for the humankind. There were 3 summits. The Sendai in South Korea about the natural disasters that are so many, the Paris summit, of course, then Addis Abeba, where we talked about the money, and the 2030 agenda. Well, why is this iconic anyway? Because this is for the first time when it brings some quantification with 169 targets. 240 indicators exist right now globally. 103 are monitored by Eurostat. So what are we supposed to do? That was our thought. So, before we had this action, we had a decision of the parliament. We were the only parliament of the overall 171 with a very strong political statement. We do need the implementation of this agenda. And this is how we came up with the idea to have this department. These are the 17 targets. I'm not going into the details because everybody knows them. Of course, number 7 is connected to the clean energy. So basically, we started working under the umbrella of the Prime Minister. That is why it was important for us to be in the building of the General Secretariat of the government, to be closer to the ministers, to talk to them and interact with them more efficiently. So we do have a sustainable development strategy for Romania, and we had it for like 6 years. So we've talked to the people. We do have a holistic strategy in this country. Actually, it brings a general framework, so we needed to figure out what we should place inside this general framework. When it comes to energy and other areas, well, the new Commission has a very important landmark. We need to quantify everything from the point of view of the sustainable development. This is a different sort of mentality. This is a different sort of approach of the surrounding society. And we prepared this strategy, of course, but that was not enough. You also need to have those structures that can carry on and implement this concept, this leave nobody behind, leave no one behind concept, which is very beautiful concept. So we have this institutional framework. We have an interdepartmental committee for sustainable development, which is headed by the Prime Minister. Soon we will have another meeting. This committee will confer again because we need to prepare our Parliament report, and we'll submit a report to the Parliament. We also have an advisory board. These are the wise men of the nation dealing with sustainable development. We have 34 experts, members of the academy, professors. They're all contributing to finalizing this plan, and energy is part of that. And the action plan covers all the upcoming years up to the year 2030. We've been stock taking the objectives, the targets, the opportunities. We know about these things. From that point of view, we are ready to place on the table of the government the tasks that we should handle until the year 2030, based on the inputs from the ministries, inputs that we can find in the strategies. Some are older, others have been updated over the 4 years that have passed. So basically, we need to send a very clear message to the political decision makers. So of course, this is just a framework that needs to be respected. We do have nuclei. We have clusters of experts in every ministry, ministers, secretary of the state, change, but these people are always there in these ministries. They are sustainable development experts. And they are clustered in every ministry, and they will be there to help us. Of course, there are also some private entities, some NGOs that will be helping us, some other organizations of the civil society. Well, this is what we're talking about. Romania is a very rich country. Romania has a lot of resources, very diverse ones. How do we make the most of that? Look at Hungary. These and other countries, they are poor. We do not depend on imports too much. So what are we doing with these resources? This is the most important question. We need to move on very quickly. Well, there are people working in the ministries like Mrs. Popescu. They said exactly what the situation is. So this is an opportunity, but also a huge challenge on our hands. I'm talking about the Green Deal. The Green Deal may come along with billions and billions of euros that should be spent out based on a different concept. Commissioner Connie Hedegaard was running on the corridors after me and after my some peers, because we were thinking of diminishing the consumption until the year 2030. Now we have 2050 or 2055 fit for 2055. Are we fit or not? This is the question. I'm not going to get into the details, but we should also talk about the circular economy here. There's a strategy, there's an action plan in Europe about that. Now we are committed, based on a government ordinance. We have 150,000 euros from the European Union to finalize the strategy. We want feedback for everybody, so we'll have a strategy for circular economy at some point. But how do we implement it? Because this is connected to the taxonomy. We need to move very quickly. So the entire taxonomy package is going to be ready by the year 2022. And it's not true that we don't have any feedback from private operators. The feedback is there. 3 years ago, I participated in a World Forum organized by CITRA, covering circular economy. There is another forum like this in Canada next week. And I asked them, out of the 1,500 participants, only 22 were, knew about the new vision, and this is not okay. All of us need to be on the same page. What about the energy strategy of Romania? We have here Mr. Havrilets, Mr. Binig. When I left the Ministry of Economy in 2012, they were talking about finalizing the strategy, but now the discussions aren't over yet, and now the time is very short. We are also supposed to be dealing with climate changes. We don't have all the details. We need to bespoke, to personalize, to customize this strategy based on the new regulations. We need to figure out where the money is coming from and how we spend it. For many years, since we've been working on retooling and re-engineering some companies, because we try to make do with the fossil fuels. But now, there's no other way than, give up on the old technologies and embrace some new ones. We've been talking about natural gas taken from the Black Sea. We could have started doing that as early on as the 2012. I'm not going to insist on that and on what happened and on why we didn't use it, but the clock is ticking anyway, and we should focus more. The energy strategy needs to be done as soon as possible. We don't have a very bad situation when it comes to renewables. We also had those times when there were big facilities, then the excitement of the investors diminished at some point, but our situation is not that bad, let me tell you. But we need to do more, because we need to get to 34%, and we also do have a lower commitment for the time being. How we do that? How do we mobilize monies for the National Resilience and the Recovery Plan? We need to have mature projects, and we need to have mature projects until 2022, because otherwise we're not getting any money. Also, we need to consider the final consumption. We are somewhere in the middle. There are many analyses that have been done. This graph comes from Eurostat. So this is, we are not in the middle, but we are at the bottom. In the middle, it's Finland. So it's Italy, I guess. Italy on the top place, then the EU, and then Romania at the bottom. What about the energy dependency? Well, when it comes to this, our situation is better than the EU average anyway. This is the intensity of emissions. This is what the slide illustrates. Romania has its ups and downs, evolution. Bulgaria is a little bit higher than we are. About hydrogen, well, we are a little bit more involved. Last year, we had two important meetings. We have a hub in Râmnicu Vâlcea, and we have some opportunities. Big investors that I'm not going to mention came last year from several nations of Europe, and they were interested in these investments. But of course, that they want a very clear answer. And thank God, from what I know, the answer is very clear. There is a very loud yes. The general manager from Transgaz said that we are going to have a pilot project mixing hydrogen with natural gas. We need to move on very quickly. You know, so we also need to consider the distribution, how we can distribute that. I guess hydrogen will be playing a very important role, but some things need to be clarified a little bit. And I guess that, in my humble opinion, we can become a regional hub for the production of hydrogen. As far as I know, there are some entities in the chemical industry that produce hydrogen and that could produce even more. Then transport, maritime transportation, seaborne transport, you know, there are many targets that the European Union has set. So the 2.6 million cars by 2030 that the EU thinks of is quite ambitious. Also, we have the Danube that we can use in Romania. We have the Black Sea. We have technologies. The technologies that can also use the wind power, so on. We have some parameters because we have a study department and their conclusions are quite interesting. Of course, that the conclusions are quite interesting. We need to think more of the vulnerable consumers. There is a lot of chatting going around. Well, Romanians are quite sensitive to clean energy and or renewable powers, but we need to see how available they are to move on to another energy. This is my last slide. Sorry, I guess I've been talking for too long. Anyway, we have these documents, the plans and the strategies. It all depends on us, Romanians, to find ways and means to spend almost 30 billion euros in the upcoming years. So basically, the financing will be double than the one we used to have. So by the end of September, hopefully, we'll have an approval from the European Union, but we need to have mature projects until the year 2022. We do have a national strategy to rehabilitate the buildings. We at the Secretariat have an action plan that will be ready by the end of the year. For instance, we have 2.2 billions for this project, but we don't have a clear inventory. Of course, there is the Fit for 55 and the EU deal for a green transition. I guess we've managed to prove that we can be reliable partners, we as departments, but we are a catalyst. So we can act as liaisons, we provide partnerships, but it's the government that should make the decisions based on strategies, based on existing plans, how much that will cost and how we spend this money. Because since we are talking about 2030, well, I like to say that 2030 is today. So everybody should be joining forces, and we at our Department for Sustainable Development of the government will be helping as much as we can. I would like to make an observation here, a remark. If we need mature projects at the end of the year 2022, then we do need to have a plan, like a program. Last year, there was a call for the modernization of the energy system, which is now accounting to 10 billions. About 700 offers and documents have been submitted. Why are we still here? There were two bidders, they challenged each other. So right now we don't have clear selection criteria based on which to select the eligible projects, and I am afraid that this will continue to happen. As you said, we should have thought of these projects the day before yesterday. We do have the money. We need to have the will to have access to this. So the European Union told us that we need to come up with mature projects. This is what we need. While you were a minister for the environment, we started a nice project on waste, and that waste project could have been developed and applied in every region of this country. Unfortunately, it was discontinued. Mr. Barna said that he has this vision to resume this very interesting project, and we hope to get back to this project and to pick it up again. This strategy is very important, the strategy you talked about for the year 2030. So we are still talking about the energy strategy that was prepared in 2007. It's painful, you know, it's painful that we talk about such an old strategy. We made our contributions to this strategy. Well, it should not be overly detailed, but at least the principles should be there. The principles should be transparent, and every government should handle something. For instance, this government will handle reactors in Chernavoda nuclear power plant. The next government will be handling highways, and so on, just for the sake of the country. This is my opinion. We should also hear Mr. Havrilets, advisor and advisor to the Minister of Energy. Well, thank you so much for invitation, and I do appreciate these meetings among specialists as part of this SIREN symposium. It is successful. Back in the old day, we used to meet on the Black Sea coast hopefully next year we'll confer on the Black Sea coast again. Well, considering the energy strategy, well, our national strategy for energy was launched in 2018. I'm talking about the updated version of this strategy. This strategy should have been implemented under an integrated plan for energy and climate changes that should have been approved under a government decision. Discussions were important, but discussions actually focused on energy policies that were valid in 2018. Although 2018 may not be far away, there was another and newer set of energy policy coming in from the European Commission. There was the Green Deal, for instance, that came up with a host of new policies. Then Fit for 55 came along with a set of brand new policies. Then other elements forced us to change the energy strategy because, you know, taxonomy came our way. There were some projects that could not be financed, you know, state aid had to be redesigned, new capacities should be handled according to these new ideas. Of course, there was a discussion about financing some investments in nuclear power, and that created a certain amount of uncertainty when it comes to the National Integrated Plan for Energy and Climate Changes. Well, other changes were brought by the pandemic. And so we are now in a circumstance where we have to prepare a national strategy matching the current situation. The snapshot of the current situation has to be considered in the broader context of the pandemic of COVID-19. So it is very nice that we have this forum, and it is a very good event because, you know, right now we have an opportunity to, you know, update this. There is also the National Recovery and Resilience Plan that should be considered. Well, in terms of funds, I guess that implementing the directive that governs the trading of ESG effects, these are the CO2 certificates. There is a confusion that some people make between the CO2 certificates and the green certificates. The green certificates refer to a different scheme that supports investment in the green energy. The green energy covers about 20% of the overall consumption of Romania, you know, mind you. Well, when it comes to pricing, because we always talk about prices, this is the most painful conversation, you know. Whatever you are, an industrial consumer, household consumers may be vulnerable or not. Anyway, so we need to appreciate the fact that the extremely high price chargeable on electricity and gas is not due exclusively to the external factors. Clearly and accurately, this high price is due to some external elements. The energy prices are high in the regional area, and the situation in the regional area has influenced our prices as well. Romania would produce over 1,000 megawatts in addition to the hourly consumption, and the surplus energy would be exported, and the price would be the same. So basically, we need to consider that Romania is not very heavily reliant on imports. When it comes to to a balance, Romania is exports more than it imports. And we are also importing gas, but Romania, with its own resources, can cover about 80% of the consumption from its own sources. Talking about what we can do, above all, just like Mr. Laszlo Borbély said before me, we need to make the most of the extremely generous opportunities that we have on our hands due to our natural resources. Well, Romania has a very good option to make the most of its wind power. In the Black Sea area, a World Bank study says that Romania could implement huge projects, over 70,000 megawatts could be produced from several sources in the Black Sea, on onshore and offshore. So we do have a draft law talking about the offshore wind power. So the conversations are going on, the Senate passed it, the Chamber of Deputies is now looking at this draft bill. So I would like to also refer to simplifying the legislation in order to have some projects authorized. So whenever funds, especially the modernization funds and the funds coming from the National Recovery and Resilience Plans, we should have the so-called pipeline projects ready. The mature projects should be ready. So, of course, the permitting process is hindered by a lot of bureaucracy. You know, the building permitting, for instance, is quite difficult to handle. Also, the construction business legislation is important to handle. Also, the legislation improving the relationship between financing a project and actually implementing a project. Therefore, the financing guidebooks should make it clearer on how to handle things more efficiently in Romania. Well, there are projects worth an estimated 11 billion euros, so this is an estimated value of the overall projects included in the call of the last November. Of course that some of those projects do not match the specifics of the modernization initiatives, but you know, they may be matching others that we could make the most of. I would say that we need simplification, we need to do away with the red tape, with the bureaucracy, and we need to prioritize the strategic projects that could help us make the most of what we have right now, and we need to work on the primary and on the secondary legislation alike. Well, what you said is very true. we need to be more committed and we need to be firmer when talking about these projects. If the state-owned sector moves slowly, the private sector shall have to bridge the gap because, you know, they could make up for whatever is not being done by the state sector. Look at the appetite of the private investors when it comes to photovoltaics, to wind, to renewables in general. 80% of the investments were made by the private operators, and only very few projects, Hydroelectrica, Electrica, and all of the other big operators should have developed their own wind farms, their own PV farms, and so on. So whatever they have now in their own assets, you know, the land, not mentioning the arable land, should be used for these purposes. I would like to ask Vali Binig, Mr. Valeriu Binig. I've crossed paths with him so many times, so I'm inviting him kindly to give us and share with us his account of the current situation. More specifically, why aren't we making those investments that everybody expects? So we met first 25 or 26 years ago. I am speaking on behalf of the Committee for Energy and Environment of AmCham, the Romanian American Chamber of Commerce. Well, this year, AmCham coordinates the working group for energy of the Romania's Development Coalition that accounts for 50% of Romania's GDP. My speech should not be mistaken for the opinion of my employer. But I'm going to talk about state aid and about investments and so on, and energy. About energy, well, there are some major topics here. The famous Article 23, you know, the connection to the networks, discipline in contracts, the need to have a new energy law. Article 23 I just mentioned. Well, when the law came out in 2012, the private sector told the authorities the following. Well, it is true. You do have a problem with the corporate governance in your state-owned companies, and you're solving that problem with a law. But this article of that law will invalidate and thwart any intention of the private sector to invest in electricity. If a project has a profitability of 10%, well, the private investor shall need more than 10%. So the private investor needs to bring in an donor, which is a bank, which expects 5%. And if the bank doesn't see that, then the bank is not going to put its money into that. So, if companies offer their energy 100% on the market, then this is not going to be bankable anymore. We've been saying that in meetings and publicly and through press releases. We've been arguing with the regulators and so on. So we've also told the regulators and to the market operators that the surrogates, well, like new platforms, well, this is not going to solve the problems. This is not going to build the trust of donors. We obtained Ordinance 174, enabling the new capacities commissioned after 2020 to sign long-term bilateral contracts. Up to that moment, we had been seeing in any draft law statements that were very clear, banning bilateral contracts negotiated off the market. So we said, okay, let us put our money in this, and the law approving this government ordinance that was passed by the Senate actually repealed that particular article. And we came up with a press release in last June, whereby we explained that Romania's energy security was jeopardized because the state was no longer the main investor in the energy sector, and we need to wait for private investment. Well, this sort of thinking discourages and thwarts any private initiative, and we said that again this year because nothing has happened. So if we go to the banks, we say, okay, the regulator said we can sign, the draft laws contain some terms and conditions that sound well, but for the time being, Article 23 of the law is applicable. How can a bank approve the funding? So we are sitting on billions ready to be invested, and everybody is waiting for this legal change. I also forgot to mention something about the energy law, more specifically the transposition of Directive 944. Our hope was that the Regulation 943, which is automatically applied, prevailing on the Romanian economy, Romanian law, alongside that directive, will prevail over the Romanian legislation. But the transposition of this directive has not been done, although the Romanians should have done it until July of this year. So nothing has happened. We continue to have a legislation that discourages the private investments in producing electricity. I don't want to insist too much when it comes to connections. Well, nevertheless, a number of signals have been drawn. We've told the decision makers that distributors do not have the capacity to support such a connection program, especially when it comes to natural gas, where the percentages vary. But the remaining 50+% of the population that doesn't have access to the gas cannot be quickly financed out of the financial resources of the distribution operators. We've also explained that the first wording contains something about state aid. If an operator would build a boarding house 2,000 meters away from the network, they would get free network. If another operator had its boarding house 1 meter away, then they should have paid, and this is distorted. So these distortions started to be handled in the new law. In spite of all these efforts, we are still in a state of uncertainty. The recent events in the energy market have shown that there are companies that speculate on the legal framework and the regulatory framework, and that at some point may disappear from the market by leaving behind contractual obligations that they could never satisfy and honor. We have members in our committee who are big consumers and have wound up by having that over 50% of their energy was covered by terminated contracts. Therefore, the primary legislation should contain elements that are much stricter to penalize those who have the capital and equity of a small limited liability company. So we need a better discipline. So of course that I can elaborate even more, but the thing is that the law 123, which is botched and re-amended for years on end, is no longer something which is capable of governing the Romanian energy sector for the Green Deal decade and century. So we need a new energy law. Every time we told that to the government, we have lawyers, we have law firms that could prepare the skeleton of the next energy law. They always told us that the state will do it and that we will be able to comment on it. Last week, the Senate Speaker told me that he was willing to tag along, so to speak. So they said, okay, let us work together on a new text of the energy law that should be submitted to the authorities and whereby to explain how a law should look like for the current decade. The other topic, the offshore gas law. Well, about 6 years ago, in a working group dealing with energy security, bringing together Romania and another big nation and a big investor, the investors send a message: 50% of zero is zero. And this message was never understood properly. At that moment, we also send across another message. Whoever believes that we own the gas should go there and take them out. They are 188 kilometers away into the sea, 1,000 meters deep. So they are closer to Sevastopol than to Romania, and we have an arbitration with the Ukraine. So if we are not taking the gas out now, then nobody will in the future, and if somebody is capable of doing that in the future, then we will no longer need it, because this is fossil fuel that we are no longer allowed to use, and that we will no longer be allowed to use. In Romania, on the Black Sea coast, we need to develop a genuine industry, a new industry, starting from the capability of the local authorities to deal with emergency plans, such as pollution. We also in Constanța, they need a hospital for burns. They need also divers, deep sea divers. They need to have crane operators. They need to have search and rescue helicopters, because you know the offshore drilling platform will be 180 kilometers into the sea. Also rescue training courses. So this is an entire horizontal industry that needs to be developed, and that could also work fine for the offshore wind power industry. But somebody needs to think about that. A great deal of the investment package based on which decisions are made is formed by the so-called safety case. So what if something happens? So you need to build this safety case, and then you need to go to the authorities to have it approved. But because if you don't know about the safety case, you'll know nothing about the cost. So you're not talking about permitting, but about a much more complex construction that should accompany a potential effort to encourage the production of gas out of the Black Sea. Today, I've heard that probably in 2026, the largest chunk of the gas will come to Romania. What are we going to do until 2026? Romania is now at a phase where a lot of people are debating about electrification versus gasification. So are we expanding the gas pipelines hoping that the gas will come to the Romanians in 2026, or will these assets become stranded assets 4 years later? Should we invest rather in electricity and electrification? So there are pros and cons. Point number 3, state aid. What about the state aid? Green certificates, cogeneration bonus, tax incentives, beneficial contracts with state-owned companies, structural funds, modernization funds, recovery and resilience, just transition funds, the social funds, appropriations from the environment funds. Well, there is a huge amount of cash available. So the state says, okay, I'm stepping out, you private guys, please invest. Move on, carry on. Also, the state preserved its capacity to direct these funds to those who are interested in whatever is important and relevant to the country. But no investor is putting money in a green field. Investors are always looking at the targets of the state aid. You know, so there is a need that for the energy sector, a centralized coordination should be done. A centralized coordination and management of the state aid. There are many institutions playing roles, managing funds, but at some point there has to be a centralized coordination. We should not talk about the fact that the Ministry of Development has some funds for energy efficiency, the Ministry of Investment has other funds, the Ministry of Energy has other funds, the regulators say how cogeneration should be coordinated, and so on and so forth. So at some point, this needs to be managed by one single entity, and the state aid needs to be subordinated to a strategic approach. And this brings home another idea, especially because we are now committed to the European Commission to make some reforms that exceed the ambitions assumed from what we've submitted to Brussels so far. Now, about the funds, so AmCham and the coalition proposes 7 project fishes with very clear strategic courses of actions that could be taken for investment. So I would like to mention 2. For the time being, the public opinion is scandalized by the issue of invoices. By the fact that meters are not, seen frequently. There should be people looking at that. So, there is this need to have smart meters installed for all consumers. Smart grid starts with smart metering. This is the first step. Basically, this is a fundamental step towards digitalization of the entire energy sector. The current philosophy relies on the fact that we will be funding these smart meters from the distribution tariffs that are charged and paid. And we have a plan for them that says that in 2028, 50% of the consumers will have smart meters. So why aren't we use the recovery and resilience plan to install these? We are talking about maybe 250 million euros. There are other millions being available. We should not wait for enough consumption which is capable of buying smart meters, but we should talk about this opportunity. Another thing, and I will have a presentation in today's time, is the flexibility. So basically, we need to set the record straight. Romania has a problem with the adequacy of the energy sector. We need to install production capacities and we need to commission them as soon as possible. According to the experience, the new combined cycles, steam, gas, and so on can last, 4 years to build, plus the permits, commissioning procedures. So up until 2025, 26, 27, so that is, the time when they can be commissioned if we decide now to do it. But, according to our experience, the renewables are the fastest to commission. Of course, that in Europe we no longer have the capacity to build wind turbines. So, if there are capacities stepping out, capacities covering the basic capacities, if they withdraw, if they step out of the system, then the production will be variable and we need to be adjusted to that. So there are some manually actuated, production capacities to back up current consumption. But what is about this flexibility? This flexibility is about interconnection. This flexibility is about storage. This flexibility is about distributed energy sources. And this is about sector coupling. For instance, the electrical vehicles batteries can become storage systems for the energy system. For the time being, it is very important to provide aid in the form of aid for investments for those flexibility capacities and, of course, storage capacities. Other nations right now have the foundations. They have variable thermal capacities that can fine-tune the system, but we are close to a moment where we no longer have that. So these countries afford the launching capacity markets and other sophisticated markets. We don't have that. If we don't have the new variable capacities, then we are not going to be flexible enough. So we need to start building on that as of now. The only chance is to provide state aid to investment for all of these capacities. Right now we have a financing line based on structural funds, which is called storage, but it is under a pressure and it could disappear if we are not vigilant enough. Also, we need to earmark money for the modernization and also in the recovery and resilience plan, because right now Romania can host, according to Transelectrica, 2,900 megawatts for the wind power, and we want to invest in 4,000 or 5,000 new ones, but we don't have the money for that, so I'm going to stop here and I will be taking questions. Thank you, Vali. Well, these are things that are of concern to everyone. Every day we need to live with that, we need to cope with that. Well, the fact that for the time being we don't have a coordination and a thinking for the entire nation about the future of the energy system, well, that will lead us to a scenario where we can no longer do this fine-tuning with the power and the frequency. We will be unable to keep the balance. The National Dispatch Office makes a lot of effort to keep this balance. And more than that, so far, balancing and backing up were done based on the coal power plants, and this is not going to be possible in the future. Now we need to hear the opinion of our colleague Bogdan Badea, General Director and Board Manager of Hydroelectrica. Well, he's here. Hello, everyone. Hello to you and your guests. Well, hello and welcome. You've heard what the guests have said so far. Please tell us what we should do in terms of investment and what lies ahead of us, especially when it comes to hydroelectrica, because you know this is the smallest polluter, because there is no zero polluter, but you are the smallest polluter. Well, according to the taxonomy we're talking about, we are a 100% green company, so we are in line with the European policies, and we will stay there. And hydroelectrica has hydro plants, but also wind power plants. And as far as we're concerned, because you know, the discussions that are now happening in this symposium are not new. They are not new to most of the participants. I guess that these discussions have been around for maybe 14 or 15 years. We were talking in 2007 about what to expect in the energy sector. Everybody draw alarm signals. All of the stakeholders try to anticipate some moves and try to get in line. Whatever pulled us down is that there is no connection between the industry trends and industry voice on one hand, and the law-making process and the government and the bureaucracy on the other hand. Well, this is, of course, the result of what happened over the past 15 years. There was no secret that decarbonization would be accelerated. Some people refused to understand that. Or others said that they have no involvement in the, decision-making process. The CO2 certificate was given free of charge to the big polluters so that they could have used the money to reduce their carbon footprint and make their systems more efficient. A lot of these entities did not understand this message and use that money for financing or other purposes that did not generate added value. And now we are at a point where we're drawing the line, and Europe, that we are a member of quite honorably, decided that we need to take some firm action to reduce our carbon footprint. Because, you know, whatever was said a little bit earlier, the fact that the climate changes are more serious now is something that we are feeling and that is ever more obvious. So we are now in a European context. Whoever was smart enough to get ready and prepared earlier has a benefit. Whoever was not ready kind of lost the start signal and is kind of running slowly behind. So we are, of course, producers of electricity. I would like to tell you proudly that now, after 2 very dry years and after other periods of river flow problems, we've had a market share of over 30%. 35% actually during Q1. And that shows that our systems are working according to the parameters. Hydraulics is good, so we have our share in the production of electricity for the benefit of the nation. Also, some producers running on fossil fuels are withdrawing, you know. They are used for the frequency balancing and for other balancing operations, but we need that those capacities that can produce within the given range or to fill up the given range. And of course, we need to replace the coal plants. A lot of talking has been around about the growing price on energy. Probably nobody was expecting last year that the CO2 certificate will go up so swiftly. But this is the outcome of some political decisions, of some European policies, and they have led and generated these solutions in order to eliminate the big polluters from all sectors of the national economies of Europe. Now, I believe that if 4 or 5 years ago we could talk about a local juncture, local circumstances, national circumstances of the national prices, nowadays we talk about a market which is coupled to the Central European market, to the next day pricing market, to the intraday market. So we are less reliant on the local and national specifics, but we are rather connected to the regional and European specifics. So debates are, of course, political. They are getting political. So the prices do not depend on us as a country, but they depend on whatever is happening in Europe. Our prices look a lot like the prices chargeable in Poland and Germany. There are some variations because the next day market is a speculative market, of course. This is a spot market. This is something that should not be the most liquid one, as it has happened lately, and probably that in this general context, European context, we should also consider another context that is generated by some internal regulations that should have helped us avoid some problems. Let me give you one example. We've talked a lot about the prices charged on electricity. So we were talking at the results of Hydroelectrica for Q1 and Q2. We were looking together with some potential investors out of an amount of power which is 3 terawatts higher than the last year. So last year in Q1 and Q2, Hydroelectrica produced 7 terawatts. On a YOY basis, we produced this year almost 11 terawatts. But what is interesting in terms of prices is the fact that out of this amount of 10 actually terawatts, we sold 7.8 terawatts forward. So we sold it last year so we sold this year's production last year at an average price of 262. These figures show that this price going up in Romania could very easily avoided if somebody had heard the discussions we've been having for 4 years about how the behavior, the market behavior should be fine-tuned and, you know, should be kept in check, because it is not normal to supply electricity to consumers, big or small, and to buy energy from the next day market under that contract. So this is not normal. We had that phenomenon in January 2017. If you remember, back then there was an investigation, a parliament investigation to see what was going on. We talked about the same thing back then. The behavior has not changed, things have not changed, and we have found every year that this is going on in a cyclic manner and that nobody wants to correct that. If Hydroelectrica can sell most of its generating on a forward contract 1 or 2 years ahead, of course that there are big producers with handling terawatts of energy with millions of consumers. Why can't they do that? One cannot other big operators do that in order to, you know, keep the prices down in the upcoming years? You know, if this was possible, then the pricing would have been established in a much smoother way, and the market would have been better for all consumers. We had 3 contracts covering terawatts at an average price of 250 that were terminated last year. Why? You know, there are examples that should be discussed over and over again. And we should do that as an alarm signal, because we need better regulations. We need some phenomena, market phenomena, to be corrected. We need to sit around the same table. We need to discuss about what's not working so that we can become more pragmatic, which we've never been. We should have the market of energy, and we should focus as strongly as we can on this big challenge which is on our hands, which is adding new energy capacities within a very short span of time. We are talking also about diversification. We are also talking about the quality and the good functionality of the energy system. Of course, in Dobruja, maybe the Black Sea, 2,300 megawatts can be added. So I've been hearing about that for years. Of course that all investors, all operators go there. So basically, we are standing by to see what can be done. We need new regulations. We need to see what can be done in the offshore and onshore areas. And also operators need to invest more money in building new networks, because basically it's the distribution and transport fees that generate a lot of money for these people, and everybody needs to cooperate. Everybody needs predictability, which we don't have in this country. Let me remind you of the famous episode of the aid scheme for investment in renewables. It was, you know, like playing craps. So you may lose all of the money in just one move because of the fact that the politicians did not do their job properly. Years have passed, and then the confidence was very difficult to rebuild after that situation. And other situations like that happened, like Ordinance 114, but that did not focus on investment, but on how the energy market works. So I'm not going to dwell on that too much, but getting back to predictability, getting back to what actual dialogue looks like between decision makers and market participants, and talking about debureaucratizing all processes and the permitting process above all, well, these are all things that can help Romania enjoy everything that is associated to this wave of opportunity. We have opportunities, but we also have obligations. The opportunities are huge, and it is up to us to make the most of them. We need to turn these opportunities into operational opportunities. We need to make the most of that. regardless of where these investors come from, Transelectrica, Hydroelectrica, private investors, well, any investment relies on indicators. And if these indicators make sense and are positive, then investments are worth making. If the aid scheme changes overnight, if somebody thinks of changing the water price over the night, if some other politician does this or that, brings a significant influence on production cost and on technical and economic indicators, well, investments are very hard to come by. But if we have predictability in real terms for all, then we'll manage to get out of the woods. Investors will find it easy to work. We are now at the outset of this. We are at the beginning of the roads, and we need to be very careful. And every condition is out there, every enabler is out there helping us to work successfully and not be the Cinderella of the continent. Yes, I fully agree to what you said, Mr. Badea. Well, let us adapt the primary legislation and the secondary legislation to the current times, to the decade we live in, because we have some huge challenges on our hands up until the year 2030. And you are a voice that could and should be heard, especially from the angle of what you're doing and what you want to develop. Well, we definitely need a correlation between what you want and the private investors, and also what the transport and distribution market can provide today. There are a lot of things to get harmonized, and in my opinion, somebody who has a pen in his hand and can sign, I'm talking about the National Energy Regulator, should have a better and stronger voice when it comes to the localization of these investments, because all of these investments are at the end of the day going through the hands of the national regulator. In the upcoming minutes, we'll be listening to Cosmin Ghiță, who is the CEO of Nuclear Electrica, and who will be sharing with us his thoughts, his plans, and also his prospects for development. I'm not going to give you the details myself, but we'll be listening to Mr. Ghiță. Thank you very much for the invitation to speak in front of you. Well, this event has been very dynamic because, we are talking about the future of this sector. Romania is one of the countries which is very firmly involved in that, and the plans for the future are full of ambition. So also the transition to the green economy is equally ambitious. Let us look at whatever is happening in Europe, and let us consider a change of paradigm about the way in which we produce and consume energy. Well, there are these debates that we can see in Brussels about the taxonomy, and so the sources are analyzed from the angle of the carbon production along the entire life cycle of a certain, energy production capacity. We're talking about mining, about other transportation, we're talking about decommissioning, we are talking about remediation of the former plants and sites, and so on, and also about operation and maintenance. Of course, that we should not forget, we should not have in mind only the impact, but we should also consider the three pillars of sustainability, especially about how the European taxonomy is defined. I mean, the social issues need to be considered as well. Energy sources are important. We have a transition that we have to consider, and this is the paradigm to which we are focusing. I'm talking about circular economy. I mean, we can give a new lease to coal-based plants by installing some advanced technologies over there, maybe a mix of sources, like modular nuclear reactors, for instance, that can use, renewables. In this way, we can reconvert professionally that area, we can retrain the people, and we can make the most of the infrastructure that Transelectrica and others have built, and which is very good. This could be economically feasible, and then we should not think of new locations, new lands, new pipelines, new lines that should have, built. But this is a concept. I would like to get back to some data, more specifically the fact that today the energy production sector is responsible at European level for the generation of about 75% of the CO2 generated. And of course that this should be priority. The decarbonization is prioritized, but of course that other targets, industrial targets, need to be reached. Romania's targets are ambitious when it comes to the reduction by over 40% of these emissions up to 2030 compared to what we had in 2005. Also, the dependence on imports should be lower. I'm talking about imports of energy sources. It should be diminished to about 17%. Of course, we need to make investments. Investments every day if we want to see that. The issue that we need to consider here is not necessarily associated to investments, but we also need to plan the energy mix very carefully. Also, the broad framework needs to be very well prepared because it needs to accommodate small projects, big projects in a competitive framework. Of course, that the investments need to be incentivized. At the same time, planning is very important. Planning is very important because we don't want to create any imbalance when it comes to the transporters, to the national grid. Some imbalances could be created and could come up, and we need to avoid that by carefully planning the whole thing. And, in this way, we can build resilience. I would like to salute the initiative of the Ministry of Energy to promote the difference contract mechanism. This is an aid system, a system that incentivizes investments in the electricity industry. And this mechanism can control in a certain way, and I've seen that in UK, the investments, so they can keep them in check or incentivize them or direct the investments into certain directions and courses of actions, that can be most efficient for whatever the country needs. This is very important. So the state needs to be more involved in managing these projects and in synchronizing them with each other so as to create a proper added value to Romanians. Well, we have a robust industry in our country, and we have about 12,600 employees in the energy sector. The nuclear power plant hires highly trained people. There are many Romanian companies, maybe international companies working with us. They produce all sorts of equipments that supply and services. And there is a study, a market study, according to which Romania's nuclear industry is very competitive and Romanian operators and companies can participate successfully in building more nuclear capacities in our plant here. About retooling and re-engineering some processes, I can tell you that in the upcoming weeks we'll start procedures to contract the phase 1 for units 3 and 4. This involves updating the licensing documentation. We're also going to conduct some nuclear security studies in order to be able to set the criteria necessary for writing a proper terms of reference document. So we are going to do this for EPC contract associated to units 3 and 4 in the nuclear power plant of Romania. We have active conversations with the Romanian government and with the other governments that are involved and other institutions that are involved in order to identify a financial structure which is capable of successfully supporting our efforts. Of course, that we do that in order to help consumers, Romania's consumers, by charging on them an energy price, a final energy price which is chargeable on consumers that is as low as possible, so that the energy should be maybe below the market so that we can help our local consumers, the final consumers. At the same time, well, we are working on retooling reactor 1, so we'll make a final investment decision next year as soon as we have reviewed all of the operations that are necessary. Then we will start negotiating the ETC contract. And also, at the same time, at the end of this year, or the beginning of the next year, we'll finalize the USTDA study that will show us how the future of nuclear electrica looks like. So, we've requested some new sites that should host other newer nuclear reactors. When it comes to sustainability and the 3 criteria of the sustainable development, well, they have a direct share in the price of the energy because of the financing. So today it is very difficult to get financing, and it will be ever more difficult to get financing unless your project can be sustainable. So maybe there are some financing sources available for those projects that are not fully compliant with the banking requirements, because those projects may be good, but the big, broad projects may not be necessarily profitable to the donors, but profitable to the users, to the final consumer. So maybe we should consider that sort of thing as well. Nuclear electrica is generating the cheapest energy from all the sources that don't have CO2 emissions. So the retooling of the LCOUs costs about $35 compared to the production of wind power, which costs $50. We're talking about megawatts here, and 94 for 1 megawatt of sun power. New projects are also competitive, maybe, I don't know, 39 projects per megawatt. And the resilience of these CO2 free sources of power is a benefit to the system and to the consumers alike. The issue with the nuclear project is that although they are competitive in terms of costs and pricing over their entire lifetime, they need a very big capex. They are capex intensive. Therefore, the involvement of the state is essential to diminishing risks and to improving the appetite of investors. Also important is the involvement of the state in mitigating the risks that are associated to some third-party liabilities as they are defined, and that may come up in operational situations or in handling some situations specific to our activity, and that should be handled by the state, And that is why nuclear projects, for the time being, involve a very careful coordination among the government and the players and the involved companies, whatever they are, state-owned or private-owned. And we do hope that in the upcoming years, as the new technologies become more mature, probably they should not involve a capex as high as it is now, and probably the upcoming years will see new capacities capable of operating according to the market logic insofar as possible. Well, these are my thoughts and our thoughts actually about the production of energy. I believe that the energy power will continue to have a very good future for Romania in terms of both its primary applications and also secondary, like tritium production, that may become a source of power in the future, like a sort of fuel for the future. And something which may be used, of course, for medical purposes. Also, partnerships need to be strengthened. US and Canada are our partners, and we want to strengthen our partnerships with them for our investment projects. Well, considering that the financial size of the project is quite big, and also there's a lot of strategy and strategic consequences and strategic thinking that is involved in our own business, because it is very important for Romania's energy security. Thank you, Cosmin. Thank you, Mr. Ghiță. Well, I support nuclear power. I am a keen supporter of that. It's good that you keep developing it. What about so we no longer have Cosmin online? Are you still there? Yeah, I'm here. I'm here. Okay. So, if Transelectrica is not releasing quickly a study, well, you guys should be doing it, because if we have 1,400 megawatts more coming from the nuclear sources, the system will become even more rigid. So and well, you are in an area which is extremely sensitive in that area. So look at what has been said about the onshore, the offshore wind power. So you at least should be able of coordinating your own area and should make sure that once commissioned, you can sell your power and carry it throughout the entire country and make the most of it. I think we should be proactive because, you know, an investment like this one takes time. Minister Popescu said today, well, we'll think of installing DC line along the gas pipelines. But you know, continuous current, I mean, but you know, this will be done, but you should also think of your own options. Well, this has been the first part. We are now going to break for 5 minutes. I'm inviting afterwards the honorable speakers from the other side of the line, those who could be the beneficiaries of these investments. Sorry? Yes, the injured party. I'm talking about the injured party. Thank you and see you later.
Simpozionul Român al Energiei SIREN 2021 este un eveniment organizat sub patronajul Ministerului Energiei cu susținerea partenerilor strategici Electrica și Enel România, partenerilor Romacua Grup Borsec, Complexul Energetic Oltenia, Distribuție Energie Electrică România, Distribuție Oltenia, Electrica Furnizare, Energobit, Engie România, E.ON România, Hidroelectrica, Horvath & Partners Management Consulting, Nuclear Electrica, Opcom, OMV Petrom, PricewaterhouseCoopers, Romelectro, Romgaz, Siemens, Siemens Energy, Transelectrica, Transgaz, Vimetco Alro. Partenerilor instituționali: Academia Română, Universitatea Politehnică din București, Universitatea Petrol și Gaze din Ploiești, Universitatea Tehnică a Moldovei, Universitatea Politehnică Timișoara, Universitatea Gheorghe Asachi din Iași, FEL România. Partenerilor asociații: Asociația Furnizorilor de Energie din România, AFER, Federația Asociațiilor Companiilor de Utilități din Energie ACUE, Petroleum Club of Romania. Partenerilor media: The Diplomat Bucharest, Camera de Comerț și Industrie a Municipiului București, Energy Industry Review, Energynomics, Financial Intelligence, Focus Energetic, Invest Energy, Monitorul de Petrol și Gaze, Universul Ingineresc. Producția video a evenimentului este asigurată de Buff Media. Le mulțumim partenerilor SIREN 2021 pentru sprijinul acordat.
Where will your power take you? To the same old world? Maybe not. To a world we can change for the better? Yes. Because today, we have the power to create a different tomorrow. A more sustainable one. A power that opens us up to a brighter future. Today, you can drive faster than ever without the planet noticing it. Today, you can use the wind just to text your friends or to make your home a warmer place. Today, you can take the job of your dad and make it better. You can make the night better. You can take a stand. Yeah, just doing the laundry. You can take a city and take it forward. You can go forward even when the whole world seems to stop. Today, you can be the one who saves pirates in Brazil, the last two. Or the one who brings light to his community. So, let's open our power for a brighter future.
De peste 215 ani, apa minerală naturală Borsec potolește setea românilor. Setea de victorii, setea de valori, setea de curaj și inovație. 215 ani de tradiție și prestigiu. Borsec, izvor de energie.
Yeah, just doing the laundry. You can take a city and take it forward. You can go forward even when the whole world seems to stop. Today, you can be the one who saves pirates in Brazil, the last two. Or the one who brings light to his community. So, let's open our power for a brighter future.
De peste 215 ani, apa minerală naturală Borsec potolește setea românilor. Setea de victorii, setea de valori, setea de curaj și inovație. 215 ani de tradiție și prestigiu. Borsec, izvor de energie.
Asociația Furnizorilor de Energie din România, AFER, Federația Asociațiilor Companiilor de Utilități din Energie ACUE, Petroleum Club of Romania, partenerilor media, The Diplomat Bucharest, Camera de Comerț și Industrie a Municipiului București, Energy Industry Review, Energynomics, Financial Intelligence, Focus Energetic, Invest Energy, Monitorul de Petrol și Gaze, Universul Ingineresc. Producția video a evenimentului este asigurată de Buff Media. Le mulțumim partenerilor SIREN 2021 pentru sprijinul acordat.
Where will your power take you? To the same old world? Maybe not. To a world we can change for the better? Yes. Because today, we have the power to create a different tomorrow. A more sustainable one. A power that opens us up to a brighter future. Today, you can drive faster than ever without the planet noticing it. Today, you can use the wind just to text your friends or to make your home a warmer place. Today, you can take the job of your dad and make it better. You can make the night better. You can take a stand. Yeah, just doing the laundry. You can take a city and take it forward. You can go forward even when the whole world seems to stop. Today, You can be the one who saves pirates in Brazil, the last two. Or the one who brings light to his community. So, let's open our power for a brighter future.
De peste 215 ani, apa minerală naturală Borsec potolește setea românilor. Setea de victorii, setea de valori, setea de curaj și inovație. 215 ani de tradiție și prestigiu. Borsec, izvor de energie.
Hello again. Well, I guess some good ideas may have occurred to you during the break. And that is why I am hopeful that our discussion panel will generate some questions and some answers. You have heard the presentations. You have heard the challenges that the national energy system is supposed to handle. The financial opportunities are huge, but we haven't got our hands on the money, so to speak, so far. So we need to have some mature projects until the year 2022, and we need to figure out where we're heading to. And anyway, it is good that we will have some opinions and some ideas from the grassroots. You know, people who are writing, who are working on the construction sites, because we all need to work on this. And I am going to introduce my colleagues and friends, Cătălin Stancu from Horvat and Partners, Mr. Florin Pop from Energobit, Mr. Viorel Gafița from Romelectro, Mr. Elisei from Deloitte, and Mr. Sorin Petre, Price Waterhouse, our partner. Well, dear gents, let us take a tour de table to see your impressions about the previous presentations and to comment a little bit on what the speaker said about the changes in the primary legislation, in the secondary legislation, the need to invest in non-polluting sources. When could we stop or give up using fossil fuels, especially coal? How are we going to balance back the national energy system? So these are all as many challenges. I'm not going to get into the discussion of prices. We should not be discussing prices because this is something which is generated by the domestic and international circumstances. Probably the government and the specialists will respond to that. We should be discussing more about the energy system. And I would like to ask Cătălin to tell us about his thoughts, to share his thoughts with us. Some things are complicated. None of these questions are easy to answer. Well, on top of everything else, we do have a problem that is touched slightly upon, but we never put our fingers on it. This is the Green Deal. Everybody talks about the Green Deal, but nobody talks about the paradigm which is behind this concept. And in very pragmatic terms, means that whatever is not sustainable should not be developed. So we should get now to a more pragmatic logic. We should be trying to cut to the chase, stop talking and start making decisions that could get the Romanian economy going, because the economy is not a closed ecosystem. To me, we should start with a question. What is our expectation from the Romanian energy system? And this question may entail several answers, but first of all, we need a functional market. I don't want to get into the details. A free market is not a functional market. They are different. Specialists know about that and they can explain more. And also about the energy industry. Well, it should also be aimed at turning the Romanian economy into a more competitive economy. If it does, then we should also be talking about, first of all, the national strategy. I've been working for a while in this area, but I don't recall seeing any national strategy in Romania. The energy, the resources, and the competitiveness, these should be the three main things that a strategy should cover. But if you don't if you don't have such a strategy, then you are just shadow boxing. You're not doing things per se. Energy is a basic product, energy in all of its forms. But as soon as you decide on the answer, then you should also be directing our attention on this strategy. But nobody talks about the strategy and nobody enforces a strategy. I guess there was some discussion in 2012. The last strategy was in 2004. It was actually a roadmap. It was prepared in the pre-accession period. The strategy and everything was there and was lined up. But the things were clear, and the things that were lined up there happened. Decisions were made, but that was all. I guess that we need to decide, for God's sake, what we want to do. Where do we want to be heading to? We are talking about megawatts. If you put things on paper, we'll get to 30,000 megawatts more than we are talking about. We have resources, we don't have resources. What are the options? What are we thinking of? I think we should think more. Romanians and their institutions don't understand that we need a national strategy that should be tailored to the Green Deal if we want to stay in line with Europe, and if we want to have access to those outstanding resources, then we need to have a strategy. And another topic that nobody talks about and which is equally important is the performance. So any manager knows what and how. These are two major questions, and things are even more serious. Well, judging by the figures, well, we need to absorb, as of January the 1st, that actually passed, is 1 billion euro per year in order to absorb the structural funds and the funds coming under the recovery and resilience plan. Well, we still have 3 years to go. We've only absorbed 15 billion. It is absurd to sit on a host of financial resources that could solve a lot of the problems that you have, and it's also equally absorbed, and it is equally absurd to keep failing, thinking of a strategy, of a proper project implementation, of the outcomes. I don't know if we have any energy gurus in this country, but you know, the CO2 rules the market. Romania is in an unfortunate position. We are Europe's only nation focusing on several technologies. So the supply is very important. So we do have an imbalance between supply and demand. And if somebody believes that we can give up very quickly on the fossil fuels, we need to consider the official forecasts of the European Union that indicate prices of 90 euro per ton of CO2. There was an allowance of 40 euro per ton of CO2. That to me was the worst case scenario. Sorin, please comment. I'm looking at 55. I'm looking at those 90 euros from the strategy of the EU. So these figures do not seem that preposterous to me. These are market essentials. If you don't discuss them seriously, if you don't discuss about the priorities, well, all of these questions are asked for nothing, and people think they know the answers, but the answers are not right. So, I am an observer of this phenomenon. Well, I've taken one step behind, and I'm taking to have an objective look at, an unbiased look at whatever is going on. And I keep looking at what's going on in Romania, and we have nothing, only chatting and talking. 2026, well, 35 billions need to be absorbed. Let me ask you one thing. Do you believe that we will ever manage to absorb those billions up to the year 2026? I think this is where we should be starting from. I guess you're reading my mind, because I was thinking of how we should write this energy strategy. Every time I was part of a team writing the energy strategy, there have been many teams like that, I talked them. Let us knock on the doors of every ministry and ask them, well, you Ministry of Transport, what's your plan for the next 10 years? Buses or something? Agriculture, are you irrigating land or not? Are you building on the irrigation or not? What about the economy? Do we have any steel industry or not? So basically, you should be guiding these ministries into a certain direction, but they should know what they want to do. And they said, okay, Mr. Gheorghiu, you have your figures, you have your coefficients, you should be able to think of something. Even in Vosganian's time, I got the same answer, but this is no longer good for us. So we need to share our opinions correctly. We need to push decision makers into the right direction, or else we'll be spending this money for nothing, or we won't be spending them at all. Mr. Gafița. Mr. Gafița, please use a microphone in order to be heard everywhere. Can you hear me? Thank you. About Cătălin's question, I would like to start with a paraphrase. Fănuș Neagu, a famous writer, asked, how should wine be like? So it should be white, cold, plenty, and free. So the energy should be there when you need it, should be priced fairly, so that it can support development. Secondly, about the fact that we spend our time talking, well, I guess that the best way to approach this issue is to look at the past, maybe just a little bit. 15 years ago, this institute, ISPE, was involved into JETICA, Carbon Capture and Storage Project. There was some financing worth $1 million from an Australian peer. The project was extremely interesting. The project was very interesting. It was one of the overall 8 European projects that were approved, and this apparently successful project was blocked because some Romanian institutions could not come to terms over how to use the project, how to finance the project. So, 15 years ago, we started thinking of that. We started thinking of engineers, we started thinking of the technology, and it could have been used for the decarbonization process. So, think of that failure to come to terms. Another project was closed down. It dealt with some heating plants. So the district heating in a certain city was failing its customers, and the local municipality did not want to support it, and in this way to lower the generation of pollutants and actually subsidize the purchase of individual apartment plants. So, you know, there was another problem with the Jiu Valley. There were some dams built there. Golden fishes found it difficult to swim upstream and downstream. The problem is that nobody was thinking of any solutions. So 160 million euros were invested in this power plant in Jiu Valley, and it was stopped and discontinued just because they were unable to think of a solution to facilitate the migration of fish. So it was built and then abandoned, and this is one case of a dozen cases of abandoned investments worth hundreds of millions of euros. And you block these investments and you abandon them. So for 15 years we've been talking of investments and programs that have been approached by various entities, local municipalities, other authorities. For the time being, I don't think that the central authorities and the local authorities should have the same amount of power. So if a project serves the general good, it should be done. In other cases, in Timișoara, another project was made to build a waste-to-energy plant, power plant. So the project was discontinued because it did not match some local interest. And do you think that this huge project, when it runs into local authorities, when it runs into local interests, will actually be implemented in this country? Well, and talking again about this humongous project, who is going to get involved in performing this program? If we look at the market, and if we do things as a vector, then we are not going to get anywhere because there are conflicting interests on the market. Anyway, so if we look at the market, we get to that joke when a county from Romania declared war on China. A Chinese general came over and said, "Are you crazy, you Romanians? We are 1 billion Chinese in our army coming to your little Romanian county." And the county authorities says, "Okay, we'll have a problem finding a cemetery large enough for you." So you see the irony. Romania's economy was considered by somebody as a manufacturing economy. Why? Because engineers are no longer there. Research is no longer there. Smart grid starts with smart metering. I'd say that it starts with the smart people. Where are our smart people? So imagine that this program covers several EU nations. If it had only happened in Romania, it wouldn't have been a problem. So if it only happened in Romania, well, we could have attracted some foreigners in Romania with our beautiful girls. Anyway, but everything happens at the same time throughout Europe. What has happened with Romania specialists? Some of these specialists have retired. Other specialists migrated abroad because the foreigners also have their HR problems, and some of other experts had to retrain, find new jobs because they had worked for companies that failed to operate. And these entities were shut down, and these people migrated to the state-owned entities because the state-owned entities are paying better salaries than the private entities. One of our employees said that, "Well, I'm not going to spend time in your company working until 12 o'clock at the night, so I'm going to start my job working for a state institution and ending my program at 4 o'clock and going home to have a soup." You know, this is life. This is what's going on in our country. In Romania, the engineering community is extremely small. There are many niche companies. There are many companies specialized in very narrow areas, which is very good. But what about the big projects, the large projects? We were talking at some time about helping a project mature within a year so that they can be eligible. With all due respect, I consider that considering the resources that ministries have, well, I don't think that we have enough human resources qualified enough to work against the clock with these projects. And, you know, there was another case specified by Mr. Gheorghiu. Two consultancies are still arguing legally, and so far none of them has won this dispute over who should establish the eligibility criteria in a certain project. So the procurement is done publicly based on some contracts that are very seriously imbalanced. I would like to ask everybody to look at the public procurement contracts to see how seriously imbalanced they are. Let me give you one example. All complex system contracts, especially in my area, cover 3 to 7 years in circumstances where the client imposes fixed prices for the construction and maintenance works. They only accept updated prices for the imported equipment. So this is not fair. You know, salaries, utilities are exploding, are going up. Well, because we're talking about inflation, well, under the circumstances, the obligation to keep the prices unchanged for 7 years is quite strange. There is a government ordinance, maybe number 15, coming up. It's quite interpretable. It covers public funds, but only in some areas, in some cases. So everything is surrounded by a shroud of fog. We don't see too much. There is another emergency ordinance, 114, also dealing with this. But also things are unclear again. So I would like to tell you that all of these elements will create a major vulnerability in carrying this product forwards. You need the capacity to manage this. You need the capacity to build and perform, and also you need to be doing that within a very short span of time. We need to get prepared in order to get more secure, in order to become more consistent, in order to cover part of this program. But I don't want the specialists to be going out of Romania, because otherwise we won't be able to implement this recovery and resilience program. So the next speaker was sort of musing about. He was smiling. So I could feel that he wanted to say something about this. Well, first of all, I would like to thank the organizers for giving us an opportunity to share our ideas. The National Council of the World Energy Council tried to bring people around. Hopefully people are looking at us and listening to us. Well, we are an injured party ourselves, alongside our partners from Romelectro. And I would like to say something about renewables, but there is a difference. To President Gafița, he is quite a pessimist, but I am more on the optimistic side of things. Let me explain. Well, until 6 or 7 or 10 years ago, we were only talking about renewables. Challenges were high. We said that we wouldn't be able, we wouldn't have engineers. Well, according to the experience that we've seen, at least as far as my company is concerned, we managed pretty well. We could inject into the network over 2,000 megawatts worth of renewables. This is outstanding. Of course, that there is a sad thing. Just as I said before, this exercise taught some lessons to the new generation of energy engineers of Romania. And I am very proud with our Fântânele Cojalac school. That was actually our first project. Many of the colleagues who work with us on that project are no longer colleagues. They work on the other side of the barricade, or they migrated. Of course that we like alternative currents, but we don't like alternative workloads. So we have some years that are very busy. On other years, there is no investment made in Romania. We are trying to pull stunts in order to make the right money to keep our HR resources, and then we have other years that are quite busy, then we have other years that are not busy at all. So it's difficult to survive in this environment. Well, for about 1 or 2 years, we are now breeding a new generation of engineers dealing with renewables. I would like to see at least some of them sticking to our company, still working with us in 5 or 10 years' time. We have works totaling about 7,000 megawatts in terms of renewables, so all sorts of projects, quite diverse. We're running studies and also the designs and permitting, so it's 7,000 megawatts worth of projects. Lots of our colleagues have been trained by us, they knew nothing. And now we are using them. They are quite good. They are professionals working on this market. I'd like to tell you on an optimistic note that the Romanian engineering industry will find solutions. Well, we are entrepreneurs. We can do things on the run without too much planning. Of course that things are not going to be solved overnight, but we are going to make do somehow. But, you know, I'm not going to be too long because the important things have been said. But the lack of predictability, the lack of clarity when it comes to legislation, to lawmaking, to primary and secondary legislation, this is causing problems to everyone, alike to investors, but also to Romanian companies alike, to those who perform projects or provide equipment. We need to have our own projects, our long-term development projects. You cannot hire people overnight. You cannot train people overnight. You cannot start producing sophisticated devices and equipment overnight. I don't want to be too long. But anyway, we heard lots of things said very nicely in the morning, financing project and so on. Well, I wanted to look for an example. I looked it up. Well, in our National Recovery and Resilience Plan, we are talking about 200 million lei invested in renewables, helping us to build new networks. We'll have criteria to the end of the month. We'll have mature projects and so on and so forth. So I looked it up and on the internet, and I found 2 pieces of information from the EU, more specifically from France. So somebody spoke about France in the morning. Last week, France approved an investment of 5.7 billion euros that will support the installation of 3,700 megawatts on rooftops. They also have another project of over 30 billion euros, based on which 34,000 megawatts are going to be built and created in the future. This is what we are talking about. This could be our competitors. Even Hungarians have big plans. So this is markets coming from T0 with lots of money, lots of projects, good plans for the upcoming 20 years. But we have very beautiful projects. But, you know, let us do something. So we've learned about A, but we don't know about the B. We don't know about C. We don't know about eligibility criteria, what the next steps will be, and so on and so forth. So we need to move on with this nice project. These discussions are very nice and thrilling. Where we want to be in 2030 and so on. So I looked at so Mr. Borbe presented the number of organizations. So one of organization has as a target 7,000 megawatts, other 5,000 megawatts, another organization has 30%. So we don't know things for sure. What about our senior people, our forefathers were also aiming for a target. If you don't know the target, where are you shooting your arrows to? So we need to find the target. We do have the engineering capacity to be inventive enough so as to find the right track to this target, but we also need to have a consistency. We need to be on the same page. Everybody needs to be taking the same steps so that we can all find our right target. 7,000 megawatts to me is outstanding. I am a developer and I believe, and some developers also have financial potential. There are some developers wanting to sell projects, but others have the potential to do something. They are well off. Well, let us send across a positive message to all of them. Well, you can do it. That's the message. Well, unfortunately, the thread breaks in some of its fibers. Why? Because everybody having an initiative, everybody thinking of something, are private operators. They are not state-owned operators. And these private operators have a problem, have an obstacle. So basically they purchase lands, they have something held under concession agreement. Well, they are unable to add 1 megawatt to their already existing investments. And these entities need to be encouraged. Well, somebody should tell them, you need to wait for some more years before you are able to carry on with your projects. If you want to do it tomorrow, you have this or that option or alternative. So this is what I'm expecting. This is how we should be helping these private entities. So if I have Transelectrica, E.ON, Electrica, CZ, I have plans, you know. How do you encourage renewables in your big plans? And all of those lines should be multiplied by 2. But you know, you should be waiting for more time in order for things to become clear. Because they have their own plans that sometimes do not match the strategy of the government. We've been doing projects covering thousands of megawatts. In the first wave, our studies were covering 35,000 megawatts, and a total of 5,000 megawatts have been installed, wind and others. Now we are again working on some thousands of megawatts worth of projects. They are a failing hope, a useless hope for those who want to invest in wind measurements and so on. For instance, in Dobrogea, you cannot do anything. And I'm explaining them why, and they understand the reason why. So somebody asked me to look at the risks, and well, you look at Transelectrica, they have everything transparent, posted on their websites. They sell maybe 6,500 worth of wind, 800 worth of solar, then you look at the national plan, based on which investments are to be made to match the climate changes, the National Integrated Plan. So the figures there are the other way around. It's 6,000 PVs and less for the wind. So what is the logic behind that? So I guess we are providing confusing information to the private entities. So in this country we should have like an orchestra conductor, and Transelectrica should be the one. And they should be saying, you need to do this and that, here and there. So this is what Transelectrica should be doing. You go to the national regulator, you solve the problem, and you start doing things. Because Cosmin, who presented the nuclear a couple of minutes ago, you know, I told him, you should add like, I don't know, 1,400 megawatts. When I hear about the 6,000 or 7,000 megawatts worth of offshore power to be produced, and there are many more coming from other sources, so I'm not telling you more about that. Well, things become very strange. Well, let us hear other people's opinions. Well, I would like to change a little bit the direction, the course of this discussion about the orchestra conductor. I've been having this idea for 2 years that we are the passengers of a car that nobody is actually driving. So I guess that institutions should cooperate among themselves more successfully. Well, it's the General Secretariat of the government, which is quite important because it can broker the cooperation among the ministries. When you talk about energy, you talk about climate changes. The climate changes, the sustainability, the new approaches are all changing the priorities that we have. For instance, I, as an actor in the industry market, needs to be an energy provider, charging the best prices according to my market conditions. Also about the market strategy. So there are very destructive things going on. It is very difficult for us to do that, especially now, because a lot of things are done as we go. We need to adapt to that, we need to run our cost-benefit analysis, and we need to figure out what technologies should be chosen. This is more of a rhetorical question. The renewables, inside a good system with smart metering and so on, they could be a solution, because the other solution, as we see it, with hundreds of companies starting to install their PVs, well, this is a moment's solution only, and in 2 or 3 years' time we will be talking about tariffs and about parts, electronic parts. We have this network. If we do decentralization, well, this is good, but we could use this decentralization in the area which are not subject to congestions, because congestions have to be managed and this costs money. The consumer should always be at the center of all strategies, but consumers really will be using solutions providing local comfort, local small prices. So these solutions will provide locally whatever local consumers want. We are thinking broadly, but the solutions need to be designed locally. Also, EU-funded opportunities should not be the only ones that we should be thinking of. In 2021, the energy sector attracted 500 million euros in Europe because they didn't ask for more. If we talk about the modernization fund, the recovery and resilience plan, and so on and so forth, many energy discussions started 6 months too late. So we need to figure out what we should do. We need a functional market. So at some point I participated in a discussion where somebody said that you will have the transposition project of Directive 944 at the end of April, but nothing has happened. So in the energy market we should have some predictability. So, if we look at things from another perspective, we can see that we are still waiting for a law that will be available next year. But we have the problems now. European funds have to fill in some gap, some development needs. We need some 1,000 megawatts, small scale, large scale, rooftop or not. Well, I don't know. This will become clearer in time. But before that, we need to provide some investors, some instruments to the investors, because investors can do something. So, we also need to see at other forms apart from electricity, because the Green Deal will try to penetrate the renewables in other sectors, like, heating, for instance, public heating. So we'll have some years of symposiums and seminars focusing on house heating and residential heating in a couple of years' time. So we need to take some steps very securely, baby steps, to do what we can do now with what we have now. We don't have to just lay back and wait. We need to take action now with what we can and how we can. Well, there are things that you cannot decide right now, because you may wind up making a wrong decision, because some complex systems are changing as we speak. For instance, transportation. We don't know we don't know exactly where transport is going to. So are we having hydrogen replacing other fuels? Local transportation will rely on electrical vehicles. What about agriculture? Green agriculture, farm-to-fork concept, these are all living concepts, moving concepts. So basically, you need to think of that. You need to be ready for the paradigms that change permanently. Basically, you're unable to have the puzzle drawn perfectly, but you need to have some idea, general idea of what should happen. You're making the strategic decisions covering short terms, but you don't know where you want to be in the long run. So you talked about a lot of areas, you talked about industries, but some industries are pretty predictable. Maybe we need to work on those, at least to have something sure, and then we move with the others on the fly. Well, at some point you may wind up by not understanding things. So everything you said as vectors will increase the consumption of power. We are talking about electrification, digitalization, automation. So hydrogen is about green hydrogen, which is renewable. Yes. Well, let's wait and see. Well, we have Sorin here wanting to say something. He's a consultant too. Well, thank you so much. Well, I would like to deal with economics because this is my background. It's clear that investment is needed, big investments. Now, big investments are being made, but they will be recovered in a long span of time. If you want to find investors having this sort of funds for their investment, they do need predictability of what will going on. And on top of this predictability, investors will also want to have a return on their investments, because if they don't invest, their return is going to be too low, which is not encouraging. So there are some financing sources here. Operational aid, for instance, difference contracts, cogeneration fees, investment aid and subsidies. So all of these aids and subsidies, as long as they help investors get a profit, will be interesting to these entities. Some investments may be self-sustaining if the prices have a certain value. If prices go higher, maybe some technologies will be self-sustaining. Just like Cătălin said before us, this is a fork in the road. Prices are high now, but if we stick to decarbonization, we'll have less CO2 costs, and the marginal system prices will be focused on other areas, and the investments that we are talking about right now will be paying off. In the first years, these investments will be more difficult to handle, but along the way they will become simpler to handle. They will have a good return, and probably the prices charged on electricity and other sources of power will be lower, and that could stimulate other investments that will make our lives better. Somebody was saying about something about a long-term procurement contract. This is a solution. As long as you find a consumer willing to buy electricity in the long run based on a certain price calculated on the market values one way or another, this is going to be a guarantee for the donors that the investments will be made and they will pay off. There are other consumers who are willing to enter into long-term contracts, and I am talking here about renewable energy. Well, also throughout Europe, a lot of talking is around about environment-friendly investments, for instance, about social impacts, and so the so-called ESG and ESG reporting. So there are many consumers who are willing into entering into long-term contracts with the producers of renewable energy, and they interact with the operators, with the shareholders. They expect from these companies and their boards of directors to have cleaner energy. And that is why these long-term contracts bring benefits to both investors and users, especially when it comes to renewables. Well, yes, I do believe that this is one of the solutions that should be immediately discussed. It should be turned into a law. So it's the long-term contracts and the bilateral contracts. These are very important instruments. So back in the day, we used to have the so-called smart guys brokering in energy market, especially to big investors, to banks. If you want to give them some comfort, then we do need this bilateral contract. I would like to simplify the discussion a little bit. You need stability. So everybody complains that there is no stability and no proper legal framework. So you need to ask yourself why. Political instability is the answer. So if we don't have a programming document that everybody sticks to, so I'd like to give you some examples. For instance, renewable power is the vector of the development of the energy industry because it has zero variable costs. So we are hoping to get a competitive price in the long run capable of supporting the entire industry, because the energy industry per se is not nonsensical unless you have this document. We do have this document which is called National Plan. It is a national integrated plan in the field of energy and climate changes. It is good, but we need something more than that. You know, so let's say that everything is correct in this plan. This is a strategy proxy. It's something that we may use in lieu of a energy strategy, but it still misses some actual targets. So we need to find the right energy mix so that the competitiveness should be decent. So if you look at today's discussion, in principle, each discourse promotes another technology, but nobody says, you know, we should have this or that, I don't know, this number of megawatts, and then we provide tax incentives, taxonomy, this or that, that will make it possible to build 7,000 megawatts worth of production capacities, and then stick to that. This is what we should be doing. Clear things, clear targets, clear methods. So, over the past few years, nothing has happened in terms of building new capacities, and nothing makes us think that something else will happen in the upcoming years, because we don't have any strategy. We don't have like a document supporting the development. Everybody fears this idea of a strategy. I've been participating in useless debates. I've seen lots and lots of poor documents, but we do need a coherent document in this country capable of setting a target for us and capable of setting the right methodologies and so on. We are also talking about capacities associated to fuel files. But if the life cycle needs to span between 20 and 40 years, if we look at the energy market, do you think there is a consultant capable of writing a 20-year-long plan? No, because we don't have any stability. Why don't we have stability? Because we don't have a plan that we should stick to in order to get where we want. Well, if we had a plan, if we had that orchestra conductor that we talked about, maybe probably we should not have this 7% interconnection percentage. Everybody is laughing at us because of that 7%. Well, we have this western axis. Maybe we'll get to 9%, but we need 13, maybe 14% worth of interconnection rate. Well, look at Hungary, the Czech Republic, Slovakia. I'm not looking at Luxembourg with 78%. They have nothing, no industry, they only have cables. But 15% we should have. So if we have that, then maybe you can start thinking of something else, because our maximum import capacity in a case of emergency is of not more than 2,000 megawatts. So I believe that whoever says that this is a problem. So we need to do something. Well, just like as you said before, you need to set your target. And if you have a target, you know what action to take in order to hit the target. We also look at this national integrated plan. It no longer exists. It's a plan for climate changes. It was written about 6 years ago, but it no longer exists. We've also forgot the fact that this national integrated plan should be redesigned and updated. It should be extended. It should be updated. It should be updated to match the current requirements. And this is how we get again to that good old question: what's the target? Viorel Gafița said something which is extremely true. When you have almost 70 megawatts on the Jiu Valley, and they are 97% ready, why don't you work on that anymore? So Hydroelectrica is also now operating some new production capacities that start to be profitable. So this is something very important that we should be thinking about. So everybody is now thinking of a stable pricing method. Whoever looks at the levelized cost of energy, which is a basic thing based on which you make decisions, well, that has changed ever since the CO2 has changed. The profitability is now different, and some operators have been massively profitable, others have left the market. You have plans, for instance, if you prepared your plan 3 years ago, is it still applicable today? But I would like to be optimistic, nevertheless. Yeah, so as far as I can see, this waste industry will boom. Why? Because apart from sorting, recycling, whatever you name it, there is also something else. The wet fraction that you can turn into gas, and the dry fraction which can be burnt and incinerated together with some other fuel as a as some biofuel. Well, apparently in Romania we are using non-ecological waste dumps. We spend a lot of time and we're wasting a lot of money. So the waste specialists say that the waste could be processed cooperatively by the processor and by the user, and in this way some of the money could be saved. Half of the investment could be saved. In Romania, we collect 10% of the reusable waste. We need to get to 50%, otherwise we will pay penalties. I do selective garbage collection in my home. We have a law obliging citizens to do selective collection. I tell the garbage collectors every morning, yeah, but you should put them all in a bag, or else I will have to bend too much time to collect your waste. And this is a real dialogue. Well, thank you so much. So I think we could be here forever chatting and talking. Well, what is the conclusion? I think the conclusion should be optimistic, though, and I think that nevertheless we should be pushing all of these efforts and ideas towards reaching a final goal, because the money is there. How much of the National Recovery and Resilience Plan could be used by us? Well, you look at one thing. You look at one thing only. Well, we need to increase the productivity to 500%. Any logistic manager says that this is impossible. Well, the question is how much of this percentage we can reach. So I would like to meet somebody in 5 years' time telling me that I'm wrong, but I don't think that we can get to 50%, considering that we've been preparing ourselves for 2 years, but we've done nothing. Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Well, let us imagine, we who are non-managers, how the energy industry will be looking like in 5 years' time. Of course that everybody talks about projects, how the infrastructure will look like, how the energy transportation highways will be, how many factories of electrical products will have, how many R&D institutes will have at the end of this period. How about these questions? Well, this is like the alternative current. We have peaks and then we have lows. So we have periods when we pay bonuses and other periods when we don't have enough money to pay the salaries. So what about the turbines? So Europeans want to have turbines, but where are you going to buy the turbines from? I don't know that you can buy them from Europe, maybe from China. How many of the parts used in wind power plants are produced in Romania? I don't know. Maybe the foundations. Well, talking about social components, economic components, if we want to have more energy, then you will need an industry needing a constant source of power, something which is predictable, something which is affordable, something which is at least sold based on non-market price. You know, for the time being, how many of these equipments are being produced? We're also talking about the networks. The networks, how many of those components and parts are being produced in Romania? how many parts used in higher technologies are produced in Romania. If we fail to invest or attract investors in making these parts, then our attempt to have a higher percentage will be good, but at the cost of the social problems. The social part of things is very important. For instance, there are problems now with the supply chain, so we are unable to build even the control panels. So we need to get more involved in this. We need to involve more resources in these activities and not import everything. Do you know where 90% of the PVs and storage are made? In Asia? And these are, the stars of the future. PVs and storage, and this is all done in Asia. Thank you very much for your participation. Please stick around for just a couple of minutes so that we can, end the transmission in this formula. Thank you so much again. Well, apart from thanking you all, dear co-panelists, I would also like to thank to the organizers, because they have provided this ray of hope. Hopefully we can organize this sort of events. These are events that are attended by very many people. So we are thankful for that. We are also thanking to our previous guests, and we are also thanking to all of those who provided clarifications of what decision makers should be doing in the futures. And we would also like to thank to the organizer and host, CNR MA, that helped us get involved in these long debates, but very interesting debates. Thank you.
Simpozionul Român al Energiei SIREN 2021 este un eveniment organizat sub patronajul Ministerului Energiei cu susținerea partenerilor strategici Electrica și Enel România, partenerilor Romaqua Grup Borsec, Complexul Energetic Oltenia, Distribuție Energie Electrică România, Distribuție Oltenia, Electrica Furnizare, Energobit, Engie România, E.ON România, Hidroelectrica, Horvath & Partners Management Consulting, Nuclear Electrica, Opcom, OMV Petrom, PricewaterhouseCoopers, Romelectro, Romgaz, Siemens, Siemens Energy, Transelectrica, Transgaz, Vimetco Alro. Partenerilor instituționali: Academia Română, Universitatea Politehnică din București, Universitatea Petrol și Gaze din Ploiești, Universitatea Tehnică a Moldovei, Universitatea Politehnică Timișoara, Universitatea Gheorghe Asachi din Iași, FEL România. Partenerilor asociații: Asociația Furnizorilor de Energie din România, AFER, Federația Asociațiilor Companiilor de Utilități din Energie ACUE, Petroleum Club of Romania. Partenerilor media: The Diplomat Bucharest, Camera de Comerț și Industrie a Municipiului București, Energy Industry Review, Energynomics, Financial Intelligence, Focus Energetic, Invest Energy, Monitorul de Petrol și Gaze, Universul Ingineresc. Producția video a evenimentului este asigurată de Buff Media. Le mulțumim partenerilor SIREN 2021 pentru sprijinul acordat.